So as we kick off the morning here on the steer side of the prospect show, we've got a really nice pair of steers to get the day going. And with that being said, you can see what I can see. They are nothing alike in terms of their type and kind. God designed these cattle completely different. I've opted to go with a really long-bodied, really attractive steer. He's a steer that's real level hipped, adequate through the bonus of his rib. Yeah, I'd like to drop him down his flank ever so slightly. I think though, one of the big deciding factors for me in this pair at least is the comfort at the ground on this calf. I think feed is going to be a tremendous friend to this calf. He's really green and skinny. I don't say that as a negative or derogatory. He's got a ways to come, but man, he's got some really good parts and functionability to put it on. He's a big-footed cattle, long, soft pastured. So he's going to win this class. We got a really high-quality Baldy, the young lady who holds in the second spot here. Just a completely different kind. Yes, he's big, bold, middle, little shorter body, little shorter coupled throughout. A couple things I'd like to change about this calf. I would like to give him more indicator of growth. He's a little bit wide-skulled, a little bit short-skulled, and I'd like to change that about him. Maybe lengthen out his cannon bone. What sits there in front of him is really, really attractive to look at. When he goes in motion with all that power he possesses, he's not quite as comfortable in his pasture and at his ankle, but a really, really high-quality pair. And as you can look at what I'm looking at, they are nothing alike in type and kind, but both of high quality.
Congratulations to your first class of the Junior Prospect Steers. Winning the class is going to be entry number 1238, Alyssa Welch. In second place is going to be entry number 5529, Addison Mae Desmond.
Well, early in the day, and we've already stepped up the pace in terms of just 4 head in this class, but loaded with quality to be sure. There are 2 pairs in this class in terms of their condition, and we're not going to sort these cattle according to condition. We're going to try to stay true to the meaning of a prospect, which we think will be the best one to take home and put in front of a feed bucket and go on forward with. The mouse-colored steer that wins this class, he wins it, in my opinion, he wins this class for fun in terms of so many attributes he brings to the table. Very extended out through his front end, lays nice in that shoulder. Does he toe out just ever so slightly? Yeah, when he parks, I'd like to make them go a little more true north and south. But as I move behind that shoulder, that forward, the way it joins into the top of his shoulder is excellent. The way his rib comes out of the top of his spine with some true shape and dimension. He's got good depth. He goes back into his flank good. He's real good from hooks to pins. But as I evaluate him against the black and white one, who we're going to talk here in a second, and that's an awful cool dude too. I just say I think the true shape to his hind leg is a little more optimum for the long haul. Definitely a longer pastern cattle. I think as we put these 2 cattle in motion, I think he just does so better. He's maybe probably a little bigger footed cattle. The black and white steer standing still, and what's not to like? I mean, it's, again, like the steer that beats him, really fresh up through his front 1/3, good through his body. Do I think he's quite as optimum the way he joins in the lower part of his flank? I don't. But I think the thing that distinguishes this pair for me, as good as he is his movement coming out of his hock. I'd like to certainly give him more athleticism. You can see he gets a little short stepping. He gets a little more tentative as he goes in motion. High quality, high presented, well shown. Just a really, really nice pair. If we get that calf come in the ring and go at the hock like the steer that's going to beat him in this class, then we consider him winning this class. Awesome pair of steers. The last 2, the other pair that goes together well, the Baldy steer that I talk next, I think maybe there's a little more true flank.
Lori, where you at?
A little more true flank in this calf. I like the way he blends up from the bottom of his chest floor back into his flank. And then I think there's a little more true hip in this calf. I think he's a little broader in his pin set. I think he's a little wider through the center part of his quarter. This calf here, like I've commented on a couple others, the feed bucket's going to be a friend of this calf. He's really, really green today, and that's fine. I don't know what his end point is. I'm not supposed to know. Really good in his spine, and when you get back to his loin, but then as he goes in motion, you can see what I can see. He wants to narrow up in his pin set, wants to drop those pins when he goes in motion. I think down the road when that calf stands in front of a feed bucket, awful nice calf, awful nice force in the cattle.
Congratulations to Class 2. Your Class winner belongs to entry number 713, Brooke Smith. Second place, entry number 1585, Brody Lesher. Third, entry number 3441, Braylon Rubio. And in fourth, entry number 769, Jack Bartu.
Steer side, we've got a duo of steers comes in the ring, and again, like I commented in the first class, I think, to come in, they're really not alike in type and kind, so my options are just the one that if I was going to take home and feed, the one that I think has the most quality attributes about him. The baldy steer that's going to win, beautiful through his center rib, lays flattened up in his shoulder. Is he perfect coming out of the back of his shoulder and his forerib in the junction there? I'd like to change that just ever so slightly, but I think as far as true quality, true hip, true shape, more width and dimension out in his hip, and then as I talk about their functionability and their ability to go, he definitely has the advantage there. A little more moderate framed, not a negative or a positive, just what's in front of me. The market heifer that goes second in this class, now she's what I would call a backdrop cattle. She's elegant to look at. I love the way the neck comes out of the top of her shoulder. She's a little straight shouldered, I'll tell you. She comes a little straight to the ground, gets a little rigid. I wish she had more freedom of movement off of both ends of her structure. She's good enough through the center part of her body. I think that'll come as she goes. I'm a little concerned about this heifer though, as we go up the scale on weight and have to get her to a 1,250, 1,300 pound market heifer. Her flexibility out of either ends. That knee sits a little forward. She gets a little stiff in her hock. As a result, subsequent, it goes down into her pastern, a little rigid on her pasterns. As far as if you just park her at a backdrop and park that one at the backdrop, I think if you weren't here and saw her, I don't know, I'd have probably switched that pair. But I think as you consider everything and actually watch them go in motion, I think that's a logical way to place this pair.
Congratulations, your results from Class 3 Junior Prospect Steer Calves. Entry number 2697, Hunter Sanders. And second place, entry number 2698, Hunter Sanders. Caleb Thompson.
So we've got an outstanding class of steers here. We really do, and you're going to hear my reasons as we go down through them. And I think there's quality way deep in this class. Yes, it's the biggest class that's been in here, but you have a set of reasons on these that you can go any way you want on these cattle. I think the steer, if you saw me talking to this young lady, it was simply because I try to stay cognizant when I'm judging one of these. You know, we go to our first show too, and the cattle sometimes, I don't like an ankle popper, and sometimes these cattle, it's not part of their genetics or part of their structure, it's part of their nerves. And so I like to give them as much benefit of the doubt. She said this is the first time this class has been in the ring. He doesn't get up on his ankles. When he fights that halter, I'd like to relax him in the spine just ever so slightly. With that being said, when he's not fighting it, he keeps that spine down level where it belongs. He's good bone, he's really good from hooks to pins, beautiful through the center part of his body, his shoulder lays in it really nice. I like the freshness up through his front 1/3 as this young lady goes forth feeding on this calf. You stand behind him, his hocks sit true and square in. I like the way his tail head sets into his spine. Just a really nice steer to win this class. The second place steer is a steer, and I'm not criticizing anybody's fit job, truly, that's not my job, but I think if this calf was burnt down a little tighter on his shoulder and make him balance up just a little bit better, that's a calf that's in consideration to win this class. He's nice bone, he's good footed, he's good through the center part of his body. I like the way the neck comes out of the top of his shoulder also. He's a nice headed cattle, good from hooks to pins. I gotta tell you, the steer that's third in this class is incredibly interesting to me. I love his bone work, he's good-footed, he's long-reaching. This steer does the right thing, and somewhere down the road, this young lady may come up to me and say, hey, you put my calf in third, and I just beat the two that stood ahead of me. That could happen on this calf, okay? Balance gets him in a little trouble. The things I admire about him is the set to his front shoulder, his freshness up to his front 1/3. He's a good top, good loin cattle. He's a steer that's really good in his bone work. But as I evaluate him, again, 1 and 2 in this class, he just doesn't balance up back into his flank as good as the two cattle that go out above him. Now with feed, and if he drops in that flank, it could be a different story. That's a high quality calf. Maybe could shoot just a little more lower britches in that calf as he goes forward. High quality steer. That steer is really interesting to me. I pulled this steer out 1 too early and realized when I walked him across the ring, he just goes better than the top calf I'm going to talk about in a second. Another good backdrop steer, nice up to his front end. Yeah, he's a little bit deeper from the top of his crest down into his jawline, and so we'll have to see how that steer feeds, how he balances up as a fat steer. Certainly adequate through the center part of his body. Calf, big feed on this calf, long, soft pasture, good bone, high quality steer, good through the center quarter, just a really nice calf. This calf here that we're going to talk next, this Baldy steer, the young man, I admire him for his overall body density and mass. He's good through his center body. He's a big hip cattle. Probably could set those pins up on that calf just a little to level him out in his hip. And then, as I said, when I pulled him out and switched places with those two, he's got to go a little bit better off of both ends of his structure. As you can see as he's parked there, he gets a little straighter in his shoulder, and I think that is subsequent to the way he moves off his back too. You can see there's about a straight line from the front of his tailhead right to the ground. I'd like to see a little more true flex in that hop. The bottom two steers that we're going to talk about, the butterscotch colored steer and the Hereford mark steer, both high quality cattle, need a little feed in front of them going forward. I'd like to be real honest, I'd like to see a little more true shape in the lower 1/3 of their overall body makeup. They cut up in their twist a little bit. If you want to switch that pair, I don't think it would be right to do it simply because I think there is a little more true muscle shape and design in the butterscotch heifer, although he probably doesn't balance up from the top of his crest down into his jawline as good as the Hereford mark steer that goes next. But you can see what I can see when they go in motion. I like to put a little more hiney on both those cattle, put a little more twist in those cattle, just give them a little more lower dimension in that lower 1/3 of their overall makeup.
We get over
Over here on the steer side, if you're looking for look, you certainly got to start with this steer, but he's more than just a pretty face in terms of, man, his extension up front, do they need to be that deep neck? Well, I don't know. I mean, that might be a little old school, but he's so good in his chest, so good in his neck, nice-headed cattle, adequate in his boldness and his shape of rib. Could I drop him down in his flank? I certainly would take that opportunity where it headed my way. He's real good from hooks to pins. He's a good bone cattle. One thing that concerns me about this steer going forward, and I hope I'm wrong, I think his front knee set is pretty good. I think his angles to his front shoulder are certainly adequate. When we get to those back two, he's not an ankle snapper, but I think he's got a narrow enough hind foot that he wants to roll on that outside wall, and he doesn't feel quite as comfortable when he goes in motion is what I like. And you can almost tell when he stands there that he's a little bit rigid in his posturing, a little bit straighter in his hop. But man, going forward, that thing's got all the look in the world. He's got a lot of power for a good looking one. I am a little concerned with his calf at the ground as we go forward, and if we can keep him mobile enough off that back too. Then as we go down to the second place in this class, and I had to weigh some things in this class in terms of, I love this calf through his center body. He's really good. He's better in his center body than the calf that just wins this class. He's a calf, I think he's good enough in his flank. He's pretty good from hooks to pins. Not quite as elite in his front 1/3, the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. He's got a little bit more crest, a little more chest developing there. But I think the thing that probably was evident to me when we put him in motion, and some of it, don't get mad at me back at the fitness stalls, but cut that ankle down a little bit. Even the way he stands there, you got more hair on the front of that ankle, and it makes him look a little bit, it gives it a little bit of a negative look. But I think all things considered, I think hip, pin placement, pin width through the center of his quarter, and then more shape down low than the cattle I'm going to talk about here in just a second. But really a nice calf. Could I make him more comfortable at the ground off of both ends? I'd probably like to do that. The calf that comes out next, I consider this calf to go in the 2-hole, but especially from a front 3/4 angle, as I view them out in their hip, there just isn't as much true power from hooks to pins in this calf. His pin set just a little lower and a little narrower. There isn't as much center width in his quarter. Good bone calf. The young lady does an awesome job showing him. You could argue that he's better in his chest floor than the calf that beats him. Well, you really couldn't argue it. It's a fact. I mean, his chest is a little better, and I like that about him. Probably a little nicer through the crest of his neck. But I just don't think, as I look at that calf, there's as much lower shape and as much true dimension in the lower 1/3 of this calf. The mouse-colored calf that I'll talk next is a calf, in terms of comparing him to 1, 2, and 3 in this class. He gets a little, for slang, gets a little more gun barrel, if you will. I'd like to see a little more true shape and dimension to that rib shape coming out of the top of his spine. Gets a little more singular through his center, a little more dry in his flank, if you will. And then when we get back in his hip, I want to pick those pins up and widen those pins. And not to be slang or offensive, his rump is a little pear-shaped. He's big enough up high, but he kind of gives up down on kind of an hourglass shape to it. I'd like to give that hip and that dimension in his hip a little different look. Definitely like to make him a little more robust through the center part of his body. This calf here I talk next, the black and white calf, is a calf that almost seems a little sore on his left hind leg when he goes in motion. He wants to short step, could use a little more lower body shape, but like the cattle above him, he's high quality. He's pretty well fit, good bone, nice footed calf. He just doesn't have as much shape and dimension. But as I view him and have to make decisions of how high he gets to go, you watch him leave the class, and he's quite tentative. I think it was on his left hind. I'd like to change that.
We get into our
Alyssa Welch. Class 2, entry number 713, Brooke Smith. Coming back from Class 3 is going to be entry number 2697, Hunter Sanders. Class 4, entry number 3987, Aubrey Mays. And coming back from Class 5, entry number 1256, Bronson Campa.
Over here on the steer side as we wrap up Division 1, and it was a really nice, strong division. And you know, I'd like to identify one thing quickly in terms of a prospect. You know, I'm always amazed when we go to prospect shows in terms of oftentimes we'll get beat by one that's way bigger and way heavier, and that's not a criteria in my opinion. The opinion is which one you think, if you're lucky enough to evaluate them into the future, which one's the best one. And the steer that wins, we didn't get a second place come out of the first class. So the young lady with the steer that wins that class, as we talked, he's got so much future ahead of him. He's real fresh looking. He's very green. Not a derogatory. He just is. He's green. He has some time to go. As he gets more condition on him and drops down that flank, and hopefully he will, that could be a really fun project there. The little silver-colored steer, if you will, that comes out of the second class. I bragged on this calf in class, and I'll tell you the things I like about this calf. Which are new. I think his front knee set sits in him really good. I like the way his shoulder. Does he have a little shoulder? Well, just a tiny bit of shoulder, but in order to be realistically as big as he is out in his hip, I think his shoulder complements that calf. It all blends together. Really nice to the top part of his crest, really nice into his jawline, a nice headed cattle, good bone. I love the softness and length of the pastern on this calf, good feet, really wide in his pin set, just a really good calf. Now what makes it a little bit of a struggle when you're evaluating this calf, he's not just totally convinced he wants to be a show calf yet, and he's not mean, so that'll all come. When he walks, you got to evaluate his spine just a little bit, but I think that's a very high quality calf. As he stands there a little bit stretched out, he wants to turn out on that right front. That's nitpicking on an awfully good calf. Young man with the cowboy hat on here out of the third class in this division. Just kind of a good calf, just a meat and potatoes calf. Really bold through the center part of his body. He's a big long cattle. I like the skull on this calf. He's got some width and dimension off both ends of his skeletal. He sits up pretty square. Just a really nice calf. The buff-colored steer, we'll call him, that comes out of the fourth class, butterscotch, steel gray, whatever, however you, I'm not very good at describing those colors, but I sure do like those colored cattle. I really like this calf. This is a calf really that I got to study, and I'm not sure. You know, you're not supposed to admit when you're judging these that you're not sure. What I'm not sure on this calf is that a lot of times he does not want to lead, and up comes his spine. And I don't know if that's part of his overall structural makeup. At times I see him go and it looks pretty darn good, and other times, and it's always when he's fighting that halter. But there's so many things to write about on this calf. We'll start with his front 1/3. He's good in his chest floor. He's good in his neck. He's not a long-bodied calf, but he's certainly not too short-bodied. Love this calf out in his hip. I love his bone work. I love it even better than this calf. Besides, he wants to be a total show calf and get out and go, because I think that's a high quality steer to be sure. And then the calf that comes out of the 5th class, like I said, this is a backdropper for sure. Man, oh man, you talk about a front end on a calf. And as I stated, you know, he might be just a tick old school in that front end. He's like giraffe neck, to be sure. Does he need to be that geeky neck? Well, I don't know. And the part that I'm worried about him is this. Being that geeky neck, will he drop down in his flank as he becomes a fat steer? I'd say it's going to be a long term for this calf. And I don't know where his end point is. Doesn't matter where it is. He'll be good when he gets good. Really good in his top. Pretty good coming out of the back of his shoulder. Good from hooks to pins. As I commented on this class, and I don't think I mentioned it in class, he's not bow-legged, but he's right there. He's just a little bit quick in that hock, and I think that all transpires down to the ground. A little narrower footed, as I said, he's not an ankle snapper, but he's not quite as comfortable at the ground as what I think he should be. As far as on that lightweight and knowing all the pounds we got to put on that calf, that is my concern about that calf. Now, if you want to take any one of these calves and pull him up to a back drop, he'll make you look as good as any of them when you get to see everything about him. I would like to change the structure on that calf. With that being said, I'll show you the two I like.
We get over here on our Angus side of things, and I was instructed that this is the division. So we'll go ahead and talk the cattle that are going to round out the class first. So how we place the two up front, and then we'll talk those ones' differences. I think the pair that are going to be 4th and 5th, they're pretty similar in terms of their type and kind. They're cattle that have some length of body, some growth, some performance. You know, I'm just a bit more worried about the calf in 5th, just the extra shot of supplemental maintenance it'll take to keep her fleshed up and right, especially when she has her first calf. I'd probably like to make her just a bit sounder as well. So that's kind of where she lies for me, but I definitely think the young lady's done an awfully good job.
In 1, your champion in the division belongs to entry number 713, Brooke Smith. And your reserve belongs to entry number 3987, Aubrey Mays. 3rd, entry number 2721, Bryce Sanders. Fourth, entry number 1256, Bronson Campa.
Jackson just showed up.
Fifth belongs to entry number 1238, Alyssa Welch. Welcome to the ring, entry number 3432, Jackson Rupio. Entry number 531, Brielle Britchell. Entry number 461, Bristol Lesky. Entry number 812, Laney Holt. Entry number 5535, Jack Jerva. Entry number 774, Cannon Buckner. Entry number 1451, Colby Powell. Entry number 530, Brielle Britchell. Entry number 4314, Ethan Strongberg. Entry number 1586, Brody Lesher. Entry number 4151, Ben Texiria. Entry number 1461, Sydney Chickendance.
So is this not a no-show?
No, he showed up.
Okay.
Our judge today is Mr. Bob May from Mineral Point, Wisconsin, where he and his family own and operate May Cattle Company. They have raised show steers and heifers for the past 50 years. They run from 50 to 150 cows per year and breed from maternal-based offspring. Bob is the national ambassador for Honor Show Feeds, Purina, and Weaver Leather Show Supplies. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our judge today, Mr. Bob May.
to take this long to judge whatever's out here, 10, 11, 12 headed cattle. But in my experience, even though this class is a bigger class in comparison, it isn't typical to have this many good ones in one class. I don't care that there is 12 head in here, and this class is truly that good. And you're going to find out when we get 4, 5, 6 deep in this class that how much I think of these cattle that didn't get to be on the top of this class. The calf, the unique calf of the group is obviously the calf that I've opted to use. When he hits a ring, now there's something I've changed about him, but for those of you that don't know me, which is probably just about everybody here, I've never owned a head of cattle, no matter how good I thought they were, that I wouldn't change something about them. I don't think God has ever allowed any of us to have the perfect one, because what I think is perfect in my eyes probably isn't in someone else's. So with that being said, am I projecting that this calf that wins this class is perfect? Absolutely not. Never seen one. But with that being said, as tough as this class is, he's the elite calf in this class. He's good bone. He's awesome in his reach. He's really good in the flex of his hock. He's good from hooks to pins. Beautiful in his profile. Like the way that front knee sets back in him. Very fresh fronted. I just look at this calf going forward. Now, you could question, is he deep enough body? That's the unknown on this calf. And that's the only iniquity I think that you got a question on this calf in terms of he's wide pin, his pins sit up in him good footed cattle, good headed cattle. Is he robust through his center body? No. Is he adequate? Absolutely. Good in his sheath. I like the way his chest sits in him. He has to win this class for me. It was never about who gets to win the class, at least in my opinion, is then what do we do after that? The black and white steer here, really like this steer coming in. Big bone, goes pretty much north and south on those front two. Good through his center body, good from hooks to pins. He's a better hook to pin cattle than the calf I'll talk about here in a second. He's a big bone cattle. He's a long, soft pasturing cattle, fresh enough up through his front end. Big old hip and big old top and loin, this calf. I like how pronounced he is coming out of the back of his shoulder. A lot of meat, a lot of product in that calf. He's got some real width and dimension off of either end of his skeleton. He's got some chest width, not depth, but width, and he's got some width between his hind too. The yellow steer, the yellow and white steer that comes third, this calf hit me hard when he come in the ring. Yeah, he maybe doesn't have quite the bells and whistles of the two that stand above him, but that's a good feeding rascal right there. Really good in the boldness of his rib. He's a calf that isn't quite as pronounced and isn't as profound coming out of the back of his shoulder as the two that go out above him. And then I'm a guy, I like his pin set to be just a little different. Yes, he's got some muscle shape, not quite as much bone as the two that go out above him. And you know, we've had this conversation before, maybe with no one here, but you wonder how much bone is enough bone. And I know I like him big bone and maybe somewhat of a hypocrite. You still got to get him out of the cow. But I'm just comparing him to the two that go in front of him. Adequate bone to be sure, just a really nice feed one. The tail that'll get pulled on this steer, in my opinion, if he'll stay fresh enough from the top of his crest down into his jawline, chest sits in and superb, really a really nice, easy feed and kind of a fault-free cattle. The calf that comes next in this class, at times, I like the heck out of this calf. And color has nothing to do with what's under the hide. I mean, that's what we're sorting for. I probably like a darker tinted one, but he isn't in fourth because he's white. He's just in fourth because I don't think there's maybe quite as much true muscle shape and dimension in the lower 1/3 of this calf. Young lady does an awesome job. At times, even when he's leading good for her, he gets a little tentative at his ankles. I'm not saying it's a problem, but as I have to compare him to three cattle that are just awesome in this class, I've opted to go in this spot of fourth. The young lady that comes out with a real robust steer, I mean a big muscle cattle. For me, I got to change him. I got to lengthen his hip, got to pick his pin set up in him, and at times he looks a little straight fronted, but that's an awful good calf. When he hits the ring, I'm like, gosh, they're just going to keep coming. He's really good. I like the way his boldness of rib comes out of the top of his spine. You can see what I can see. He cuts up in his flank. I want to balance him up in his underline just a little bit. But before I do that, I want to change his hip. I want to lengthen his hip. I want to pick his pin set up in him. Love the length of his pasture. Really nice calf. This very highly fitted calf to come next. Just wonderfully fit, wonderfully shown. He's a calf, and he first come out, you're like, man, there's a show steer to be sure, and he is a show steer. But as I view him of all the cattle that I've talked ahead of him, I just don't think there's as much true shape and design and massive muscle under that hair as what those that go out above. But man, that is one good-looking dude to be sure. The market heifer that comes next, just really nice, really high quality. As we go forward, if we can keep her fresh enough from the top of her chest down into her, the top of her crest, not her chest, the top of her crest down into her jawline. There's just a little more depth there than I like to see. So trying to project her out, how will she balance up? That white flank shows her off just a little. I think she could be a little better in her flank, but I also admit that white up into her flank maybe takes away from her overall balance. Nice heifer. A steer here, the white steer that comes next, is a calf that he's just, and again, sometimes I'll get out in the slang world he's just a little gun barrel through the middle part of his body. I'd like to see a little more explosion, true rib shape, and then like the black steer that I talked about just a second ago. I gotta pick his pin set up and lengthen him out in his hip just ever so slightly. Love the freshness up to his front end. And I'm telling you, I'm not exaggerating, this is one powerful class of steers. Usually when you get 12, 13, whatever was in this class, they sort themselves a lot easier, and that did not happen in this class. This steer here that comes next, he was parked right here on the corner for the longest time when I pulled him. Calf is good in his barrel. You can see he gets a little shallow from the top of his loin down into his flank. I'd like to balance him up there. I'd like to drop him down in his twist and show a little more true shape in the lower 1/3 of that calf. The young man here comes out with a really bold calf. He gets just a little rounder, and this is a personal preference calf right here. I love meat and muscle. I'd like to put it in a little different package. He gets quite bold and round in his shoulder, gets a little rounder in his hip. He's nice bone. He moves pretty darn good for as much muscle as he possesses. Moves better off his right hind than he does his left. Here's another steer here. You're like, my goodness, how could a steer that nice be standing that low? I think he's very well shown, very well presented, very well clipped. I think from the top of his loin down to the ground, I just want to see more true shape and design of muscle in this calf. He gets a little flatter in his hip, a little flatter in his rib cage. Really nice calf. If you just walk up and just see this back, says, how could that calf be that low? In order to get any higher in this class, we just got to see more true muscle shape and design. And then this red calf comes out next. She's really nice in the design. Again, as a slang, like I talked about a white one a couple head of cattle ago, she gets a little shallow from the top of her loin down. We just got to explode her throughout to consider going higher in this class. Just be sure that you're the last one to leave the ring. You still got an awful nice calf. It was that tough.
Congratulations. Results from Class 6 of the Junior Prospect Steer Cats. Your class winner belongs to entry number 461, Crystal Lesky. Second, entry number 1586, Brody Lesher. Third, entry number 774, Cannon Buckner. Fourth, entry number 1461, Sydney Chickendance. Fifth, entry number 812, Laney Holt. Sixth, entry number 5535, Jack Jerva. Seventh, entry number 3432, Jackson Rubio. Eighth, entry number 4314, Ethan Stromberg. Ninth, entry number 530, Brielle Britchell. And rounding up the class in 10th, entry number 531, Brielle Britchell.
Steers here. I would like to reiterate though, in this class, the difference between this class and the last class. These cattle park, they're outstanding, okay? We have a little bit of issues when we put them in motion, and quite honestly, the calf I'm going to talk second is when they hit the ring. You know, a lot of goes into first impressions, and when they hit the ring, and I had the opportunity to see them all, I thought the steer in second would win this class. I'll tell you my reasons why he didn't. I think the most fault-free calf in this class is the silver-colored steer that obviously I'm starting the class with. He has so many attributes that are good. There's a couple that I'd like to change about him, like I said, like so many cattle, but he's fresh enough up through his front. He's good in his barrel, good level from hooks to pins, and still has enough shape in it to indicate some muscularity underneath the hide. He's real good down in his stifle. The reason he wins this class is standing still, he's pretty darn good, but when he goes in motion, he does so better than any steer in this class. So with that being said, after being a really good phenotype animal, he's a calf that when we put him in motion, he's the most optimal. The really cool butterscotch steer that goes second in this class, standing still, I really like this calf. But the longer he's out here, you can see that the true angle to his front shoulder is a little straight. He's straight from the top of his shoulder to the ground. He wants to paddle a little bit when he goes, and I think it's indicative he gets just a little straight. I think it's because of the straightness of his front. It transpires down into his ankles. He just doesn't go as good. Now, standing still, I really like your calf. I love the way you show him, the way you've got him presented. You do an awesome job. I got to make this calf more mobile when he goes in order to put him in that first slot. The white steer that goes third in this class, another really good cattle. He's a calf that's got nice bone, not huge bone, but certainly adequate for me. Not quite as nice in his chest floor as the two that go out above him. When he goes in motion, I think he's a little tight in his spine. He wants to get up in his top just a little, and it transpires down into his ankle. So I think it's a little bit of a structural issue. When you see him standing still, man, I mean, what's not to like? I mean, really good calf. Young man, you do an awesome job showing him. Big muscle calf here to go next in this class, to go fourth in this class. And for the muscle part of it, I admire him, okay? I just need to put it in a little different package. You know, I'm going to talk a steer that's got a lot more eye appeal here in a second. But as I evaluate this calf against the next calf, there's just so much true shape and design out in his hip. I like to relax his tail head just ever so slightly, and then I want to balance him up. Now for the caboose he's carrying, he's got a little bit of shoulder, but I think it all blends together pretty good through his center body. I just want to balance him up just a little better, but that calf is loaded with red meat. Now again, and I've mentioned it several times already today in terms of a backdrop calf, this black and white one will go to the backdrop and it'll make you look pretty good as a judge because he is a good calf. But as I evaluate him out here, as I stand on him off either end of his structure, there's just no width between his front two or his back two. His lower 1/3, he carries all his product and all his profoundness in the top 1/3 of his skeleton. Pretty good behind his shoulders, pretty big loin, wide enough through his pin set. But where he disappoints is when you get in front and behind him, he just narrows up in that lower 1/3. And with doing that, if I'm going to give up some muscle, they definitely got to be able to go with motor. And he has some trouble. He has some stiffness in his hock. He gets a little short stepping. So I got to make him go a lot better if I'm going to also give up some muscle. But very well presented, young man. You do a really good job showing him. I want you to hold his head a little higher, though. Very good. Thank you. Nice calf. As he goes in motion, I just got to make him a little more mobile. Big muscle calf here. I think it was the last class I talked about a calf, and it's personal preference. He gets a little rounder throughout for me. He gets a little rounder in his shoulder. I'd like to set that shoulder a little different. He wants to toe out on that right front just ever so slightly. Just quite mature at this stage in his chest floor and the top of his crest. And then as I talk to some other cattle, he gets a little short in his hip, gets a little low in his pin set. I admire his bone, his length of pasture, his set to his pasture. He just doesn't fit my criteria quite like some I've seen. High quality, big meat animal right there. This calf that comes next, young man, you do a really nice job too. I got to balance him up in his underline just a little bit and give him a little more true power and dimension to get him up higher in this class. Likewise, young man with the star face steer. very, very nice looking from the side, very attractive. I got to give him more power throughout. As I stand in front of behind him, I got to give him more chest width, so it's an indicator of a more, you can see even his back hock and want to almost look at each other. I got to give him more true shape in the bench and in his lower 1/3, just a little more power. Time on feed's going to help this calf a lot. He's still pretty skinny.
We get over here in our Champion Angus drive. We got a pair.
Class number 8. I'd like to welcome to the ring entry number 5076, Caden Halls. Entry number 6651, Taya Ann Clement. Entry number 1377, Cashley Brown. Entry number 3786, Paisley Middlemist. Entry number 4610, Christopher Baird. Entry number 3225, Maxon Oswald. Entry number 3036, Chester Weiss. Entry number 1157, Bronson Campa. And entry number 1363, Hayes Bagley.
Here's the red calf that wins this class. He was the first one to enter the ring, and he's going to stay in that spot. In terms of, in my opinion, in this group, however many's out here, I didn't count them, he's the most hard to fault. He's got so many good attributes about him. So fresh-fronted, good chest, and I like the way that knee sets back in him. I'm just thinking of one that if I'm gonna take home and stand at my feet bump, he's the most fault-free one of the group. He's good in his sheet. He's good in his top line. Does he overpower you with rump? No, he doesn't. Is he adequate? He's absolutely adequate in my world. He's got real nice set to his hop. Where he gets to go first in his class is, first of all, from the way God designed him. He is really, really neat to look at. And then when he goes in motion, he does really, really well. So he wins this class, and he wins so quite handily in my eyes. He's a big-footed calf, just really, really good. I really like this yellow steer that goes second. Is he quite as good? He opens up in his forerib a little bit compared to the red one. He's a bigger pronounced hip than the calf that beats him in this class, but that's a really, really good calf too. He's a little small-footed behind, wants to roll out just a little, but he stays down on his ankles pretty good. Love the way the neck comes out of the top of that shoulder. Really nice headed cattle, really well presented. Young man does a really, really nice job. Just a really, really good calf. Now, if he's just a little better, if he's a little better in his forerib, he goes first in his class because he is a bigger hip steer even than the red steer. When he goes, he doesn't go quite as good as the red one. You can see he keeps his ankles down. He maybe jams that hock in just a tick rigid for my liking. That's an awful good steer. Love him in his barrel. Just a really, really good calf. This calf here, this real hairy calf that goes next, he's a calf that's good through the center part of his body. A little quicker made kind of cattle. Not going to get very big, just stating the obvious, not saying that's good or bad. I'd probably, in my world, I'd like to see him have a little more gas look to him, a little more length of cannon bone. And then as I compare him to 1 and 2 in this class, he isn't quite as naturally relaxed at the ground. Good-footed kind of calf, good calf. Maybe clipped down a little tighter, he'd look just a little stouter. That's a nice calf. Young man that comes in next, this calf. This calf is, you hear me use the terminology quick. By that I mean he's just a little quicker maturing. I'd probably like to see, in my world, there'll be judges that might have him first in this class. In my world, I'd like to see him have a little more length of cannon, have a little longer face, a calf that shows me a little bigger indicator of rate per day of age, get him to grow a little more, get him at a higher kill weight, if you will. But really bold through the center part of his hip, just a really nice calf. This calf that comes in next is a calf that I think is, balance gets this one in trouble just a little bit. There's not a calf in this class that's got a better barrel than this white-legged calf right here. That is the best barreled calf in the class, to be sure. When that calf goes in motion, the front 1/3 is what I'd like to reconstruct. I'd like to flatten that shoulder just a little bit. I'd like to certainly pick that chest floor up at this early stage of the career, maybe tidy the head up just a little bit. Very well presented, very well shown. Admirable through the center part of the body. I gotta balance that one up a little better, and then that one goes up 1 spot. The calf that's getting so warm out here now, balance again, not as good in the forerib, not as much flank in this calf. That's what I'm talking about, balance. I gotta make this calf a little more profound coming out of the back of his shoulder. I gotta drop him down in his flank, pick him up in his pins. Awfully nice calf. This calf here is a calf that is a little bit, going back to my slang, a little more gun-barreled, if you will, in his center body. I'd like to make him a little more robust in his rib shape and design, and a little better in his depth. He's a calf, as I put him in motion, if I'm going to accept that, I wouldn't call him overpoweringly muscle, but he's good muscle. He stands ahead of the calf I'll talk next because there is more product in his loin and from his hooks to pins. With that being said, he probably doesn't carry down into his lower third much better than the next calf we'll talk. And with that, he isn't quite as relaxed at the ground. If I'm going to give up a little bit of muscle, I certainly don't want to give up the movement too. The black and white one that comes in, man, when he come in the ring, he's not clipped down there tight. And I'm not sorting these things about how well they're clipped. I'm just stating, sometimes when you clip them down a little tighter, they look a little stouter. He could probably use a little more hair off of him just going forward to this family. He's a calf, though, as I view him, and I've criticized some other cattle today. Love his overall look. He's a calf. He gets a little bit cresty from the top of his crest down in jawline. Not bad. His chest is adequate. But as I view him, there's just not enough true lower shape in the lower 1/3 of his overall makeup. And with that, he doesn't go good enough at the ground. So I sound like a broken record, but if I'm going to give up the muscle, I don't want to give up the structure to it. He gets a little rigid at the ground. Nice phenotype, nice look. This calf here is a calf that's got adequate muscle, just adequate. He's a little bit piecey from hooks to pins. He gets down in his pin set. I like to give him a little more true power there. Like a calf I talked 2 cattle ahead of him, I'd like to drop him down in his overall boldness of rib and his depth of side. Pretty good in his chest, pretty good in his front 1/3. He gets a little timid in his hock and down at the ground also.
Back over here in our heifers.
We're going to jump over to the Junior Prospect Steer Calves with the results from Class 8. First, entry number 5076, Caden Hall. Second, entry number 1157, Bronson Kempa. Third, entry number 6651, Taya Ann Clement. Fourth, entry number 3225, Maxim Oswald. Fifth, entry number 3786, Paisley Middlemist. Sixth, entry number 1377, Cashley Brown. Seventh, entry number 1363, Hayes Bagley. Eighth, entry number 3036, Chester Weiss. Ninth, entry number 4610, Christopher Baird. In the ring now is going to be entry number 540, Madeline Lottner. Entry number 374, Bailey Mack. Entry number 4428, Pistol Barnes. Entry number 2432, Weston Elwood. Entry number 1458, Jacob Chickendance. Entry number 3164, Haley Crawford. Entry number 6758, Mason Eisenhower. Entry number 3454, Abigail Sirkovic. Entry number 1491, Ava Glazer. And entry number 2170, Samuel Foch. Over on the junior
Repeat myself on what I said about a class here a while back. I think there was 12 head in it. And this class has kept the pace up very, very good in terms of there's 3 cattle in this class, actually a 4th one that I really, really like. I'll tell you the differences I see in the cattle. The silver calf that's going to win this class, big bone, big hip, big through the center part of his body. He's a calf with all that hair that's kind of laying flat. I wondered how good he goes in his full rib, and I think he's certainly adequate. I like the way his shoulder sits in him. He's a calf that if I could relax him in his tail head, that's the opportunity I would take. But he, as dense as this calf is, he really goes in motion. Now, I'm not going to call him a huge footed cattle. He's big enough as far as the length of his foot. He's a little narrow footed going forward, but he keeps that ankle down good. He flexes that hock really good. Just a really, really nice calf. I love this calf to the center part of his body. The distinguishing factor for me when I compare 1 and 2 is the freshness from the top of his crest down into his jawline. He's a calf that's probably a little shorter headed than what I think is in a perfect world, but I love the way this calf comes out of the top of his shoulder. Like I said, he's a little fresher, a little less density from the top of his crest down into his jawline, sits into his chest floor really, really good. Very well presented, very well shown. The steer that comes in second, boy, this calf caught my eye when he come in the ring. Just a really, really complete kind of cattle. He's a calf that I don't think he's as bold from hooks to pins. He's certainly adequate there. He's a calf that's good in his mid-body. He's a calf that's a little crestier from the top of his neck down into his jawline. Not bad, but a little bit as I'm comparing him to the one that's in front of him. I think he's certainly good in his chest floor as a steer feet. I love the angle to his back leg and the angle to his pastern. A little bit of a lower eared kind of cattle, and it kind of detracts from just a little. At first when he come in, I thought maybe it was just a little low fronted, and I really don't think he is. When he picks those ears up, he certainly gives you a better look. The short horns.
Start well. Hey, start well.
Rough.
Start the holding pin. Start well. Tell him to open the gate to the holding pin. I can go get my rope for you.
Trying to figure out how quick she's got to come back.
Phenomenal his overall design. There's something about this calf when he come in the ring. I think he moves good enough, but he's just a little tentative in the way he moves, and I think he's just a nickel tight in his spine. It's certainly not in his pastures. He is the softest, cushiest, I guess if that's a word I can use, in his pastures. Some would call him coon-footed, and that doesn't bother me. But I think we see enough of these straight pasture steers over time that I'd certainly welcome that. If it was a cow, I'd probably be a little concerned in terms of longevity holding up, but he certainly doesn't stand third because of that. Very, very well shown, very well presented. When he goes in motion, I just feel like that calf's just a little tight in his spine. I'd like to change that about it. This calf here really hit me hard when he come in the ring. A calf, as I compare him to the, I think he just dries out in his top just compared to 3 above him. I like to give him a little more loin and a little more true shape coming out of the back of his shoulder. And then when he goes in motion, the longer he's out here, it gets a little better. Coming in, he was wanting to get up on those ankles pretty good. Maybe runs downhill just ever so slightly. I think some of these cattle as we get later in the day, or this warmth is starting to catch up with him, and it's certainly not in his favor. Wanting to break in that top just ever so slightly. Really nice calf. The yellow steer that goes next in this class is a calf that just doesn't balance up. He's not as good from hooks to pins as those above him. As a result, he also isn't quite as good in his underline as those 4 cattle that go out above him. But really nice, really fresh up to his front. A calf that's real green in his overall makeup, but I'm not saying that as a criticism, just as a fact. He's really, really good. Like to change him from his loin back, reconstruct that hip. Then we get to the predominantly rust or red colored steer with the white spot on. Just a really, really nice calf, really deep in his body. He's a calf that's better from hooks to pins, in my opinion, than the calf I'll talk next. He's getting just a little bit over, maybe a little past in the front 1/3. Keeping that one fresh enough as we go forward will be the trick. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'd probably like to freshen him up in his front 1/3. Really good through his center body. The calf that goes next, the darker red steer, he's very comparable to the rust-colored steer. He isn't quite as nice in his chest floor and isn't quite as nice in his flank as the steer that goes out right above him. The black and white steer. This calf goes way higher under some judges because he is high quality. I gotta fix the structure on this calf. I love him standing still, but even standing still, you've got the idea when he goes forward, getting enough athleticism and flexing that hock may be an issue. Comes out of that front end a little straight. Again, like I said, standing still, his overall design, wonderful calf, really good. The last 2 steers, I'll kind of co-op them together. Both cattle are a little, this one in particular, a little taller kind of cattle. I don't fault him for that. I just wish there was a little more density in his top 1/3 from his hooks to his pins. He just gets a little bit female looking there, if you will. I wish there was more product in that calf up high in the top 1/3 of his skeletal. And the calf that comes next gets a little sharper hock, a little higher in his flank, a little bit more shotgun bellied, if you will. I'd like to make him a little different to his midsection. Really nice class of steers.
And I'll make sure we do.
Results from Class 9 of the Junior Prospect Steers. Congratulations to your class winner, entry number 1458, Jacob Chickendance. Second, entry number 540, Madeline Lautner. Third, entry number 6758, Mason Eisenhower. Fourth, entry number 2170, Samuel Quash. Fifth, entry number 3164, Haley Crawford. Sixth, entry number 3454, Abigail Sirkovic. Seventh, entry number 4428, Pistol Barnes. Eighth, entry number 1491, Ava Glazer. Ninth, entry number 2432, Weston Elwood. 10th, entry number 374, Bailey Mack.
Well, we got our ranch rodeo here contained on the Hereford side of the ring. We'll get into our next event.
Break Zingers. This is a first call for.
So in all honesty, when I pulled these three over here, my intentions were I was going to go with the mouse-colored steer in first and the more white steer in second. As I evaluate these cattle and weigh it in my mind, we'll call him the white steer, he's not really white, but he's got so much presence to him. Love the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. And I'm just thinking going forward, you know, when we keep pouring the feed in front of them, and I don't know where the end point of these are, I'm not supposed to know that. But so I'm doing the best I can to keep them prospect steers, the ones that I think that if I was to take one of these home and feed him, which one would it be? This is the steer I would take home, but I'll tell you what I would like to change about him. I love his overall look. His presence is phenomenal. His reach is certainly adequate. He paddles those front two just a little bit when he goes in motion. Love him through his center body. Is he just a deep, juicy, soggy middle calf? No. Is he adequate? Oh, he's for sure adequate. Certainly good from hooks to pins. Now, does he have as much true lower punch to his stifle as the calf that I'll talk about in a minute? No, he doesn't. Does he have enough? In my world, he has enough. I love the presence of this calf. Love the sweep to his rib. He's got some shape and boldness to his rib. Like the way his tail head sits into his spine. He's through the center of his quarter. He's certainly adequate. What he does in front of a feed bucket will be interesting. Does he get a little close in his front knee and toe out? He does. I would like to change that about him. This calf, when he hit the ring, I was like, man, oh man, that thing is a beast, and he is that for sure. He's big boned, he's big ended. He's a calf that's adequate to his center body. I would like to, now you can have this argument to say, well, he's so big and screaming out in that hip that he's going to have a little shoulder. And it's true, and he does. But I would like to probably transform him up there just a little and maybe refine him in that shoulder. I think his shoulder angle is okay. His neck's really good. I mean, he is a powerhouse to be sure. He's a steer that's just a little tough to evaluate for a second because and you probably see what I see, he looks just a tick stale because that hair doesn't stick out on him. We don't eat the hair, I know that. I'm not judging just according to hair. I'm just seeing what I'm seeing and probably what you're seeing. Big bone. I think he's relatively square on his back too. I'd like to set his tail head down in him ever so slightly. Now, if you're on the sideline and you say, I'd have put that steer in first, you don't even get an argument out of me. We definitely have the discussion. Awful good calf. Very powerful. I really like this calf when he hit the ring. When he got out here, I really got to evaluate him. He's powerful enough and he's show steer enough. He wants to swing those back two hocks when he gets going in motion. I wish there was a little more relaxedness, if you will, when he goes, and he doesn't hinge them quite like I think's optimum. At this young stage of the career, when we get another bunch of pounds on that calf, is he going to stay good enough on that back hock? And that's why he has to, at least in my opinion, go third. The black and white steer, he's just a little straight in his angles for me. He gets a little straight from the top of his shoulders to the ground. You can see from the tail head down to the ground, there's not enough flex in that hock. Admirable things about this calf, let's start with his mid-body. His barrel is excellent, his depth is excellent. His shoulder lays nice and flat. I do think it's a little bit straight. He's fresh enough up to his front. He's a calf, if I'm going to get him up a spot, I got to make him a little more mobile. The calf that comes out next is just a little plainer, if you will. Good cattle. I mean, this is a heck of a class. Good calf. He gets a little staler from the top of his crest down into his jawline. And at this young stage of his career, I'm just wondering about balance on this calf as we go forward. Will his chest floor stay good enough? And will his crest stay good enough to balance up with a really good calf? We come up with a black and white one here, and I think I can just blotch out the white in my mind. I still think this calf needs to balance up. He's got a white chest and a white flank, and even in visualizing that as all being black, I think he sits a little low in his chest. I'd like to drop him down in his flank just ever so slightly and balance him up. Sits up at his tail head just a little bit, but a nice calf. Then as I've used the slang word a little gun-barreled a few times a day, probably more than I should, this calf here, for the weight cattle, he's a little, and again, if he responds to feed, this all can change. So I don't want any kid to get discouraged about anything I say. He's a little old school looking in terms of his body shape. I'd like to give him a little more depth of body. I love his, from hooks to pins, his big loin. He's a lot of high quality coming out of the back side of his shoulder. I just want to make that steer a little deeper body. the yellowish colored steer here with the white on him. As I've talked many times today, just personal preference, he's a little quick for my liking. I'd like to lengthen his cannon bone. I'd like to just explode this calf throughout. And balance on this calf to me is in his flank and in his top line. I want to make him a little truer coming out of the backside of the shoulder, and then I want to pick that pin set up on that calf. Loaded with red meat to be sure. The blue roan calf that comes out is a calf somewhat similar to the calf that just goes out above him. I think the yellow steer has more true muscle shape and design, but they both could be a little better in their top line, a little better from hooks to pins. And then this calf, unlike the rust-colored calf that just goes out, he gets a little straight in his hock and through his front too. I'd like to change the angles on this calf. This calf here that comes out right now, I guess what I tell you about this calf is he's a little bit of a confusing dude to me in terms of, yes, he's green. I think he's got a lot of high quality about him. He's a calf that's going to have to body down some as we go forward. I don't know, I don't ask the kids how many of these calves it's the first time in the ring. I try to be as forgiving as I can on the movement on these cattle, because I know when they don't cooperate, that movement isn't quite what you'd hope for. He could move just a little better, but that is a nice calf, time on feed, and I think you're going to have some fun with that calf. Young lady, you got a nice calf. He's a little shorter body than some we've seen, okay? But you keep working on this calf, probably clip him down just a little bit tighter. As I compare him to them, and this is an unknown for me, as you go forward, he's not quite as stout as those that beat you, not quite as much muscle, but enough time on feed and that could all change, so you keep up the good work.
Over here on our Hereford side of things, promise I'm not trying to drag it out. We just got our champion Brangus Ultra Black Drive over here. We'll go ahead and talk each one of these division winners individually.
So as we pick a top five, and I guess I never did apologize earlier in the day when I said I was going to pick the top two. I misinterpreted what they told me. I said I was going to pick top two in that first division, and I needed to go 5 deep. So I apologize for that. In this division here, we've got a machine to start this division off with in terms of, I think the young lady said he's just shy of 700 pounds. Is that what you told me? And he's very, very juvenile. really good in his chest, good in his neck, good headed, good behind his shoulders. He's a calf that's real good from hooks to pins. I am going to walk these one more time, but I want to talk them while they're standing still, so you can kind of evaluate what I'm evaluating. Really good from hooks to pins, good bone. Love to watch this calf walk. The calf that comes out of the second class, he was a calf that as I admitted in class, while I think there's a couple things I would change about him, he had to win the class. He put everything together the best and then could put it in motion the best. So really a nice calf. Beat a really good colored butterscotch steer to go second in that class. The red steer comes out of the class, and he was the first one to come in the ring, and he stayed in that spot. Am I going to try and stand out in the center of this ring and convince you that he's as stout as cattle on either end of him? He's not. He's just so well designed. He's sound, his shoulder lays flat, he's good enough in his rib, really good from hooks to pins, nice set to his hind leg, got a steer-looking leg that moves like a breeding heifer. Really, really nice cattle. And then a really tough class comes out in this fourth class of the division in this, I guess I call him silver. I'm terrible on naming these colors. Somebody else would see him as a different color. Really beat a good calf in that class. Really good for his center body. Love the attractive look up in that front one third. Nice shoulder for as big a hip as he is. He's a calf that surprised me. He's a little better coming out of the back of his shoulder than what I thought when all that hair lays flat in. He's a calf, big bone, nice footed. Would I change him? I'd like to set that tail head down in him just ever so slightly. And then the calf that comes out of this last class, he beat a steer that's just probably the direct opposite of him. Is this steer barreled up and muscled up? No, he's not. Has he got enough? He's got enough. He gets a little close at his front knee. I would like to change that and wash the toe out just ever so slightly. But I mean, that dude has got a world of look. He's got as much look as anything in this lineup. I will ask you to indulge me. I do want to watch this set of 5. We'll walk all 10 of them. We're going to watch these cattle walk one more time. I think this division is that tough. I think they justify that.
And I'll work on finding you something more for lunch without this. Are you sure?
Moving over to the junior prospect steer side in our division drive. Congratulations to entry number 1491, Jacob Chickendance. Reserve belongs to entry number 461, Crystal Lesky. Third, entry number 540, Madeline Lautner. Fourth, entry number 1120, Charlie Nash. And fifth, entry number 1634, Savannah Brock. In the ring now is going to be class number 11. Welcome to the ring, entry number 5916, Ellie Glazer. Entry number 1509, Ellie Glazer. Entry number 5868, Denver McKay. Entry number 5130, Brayton Batchy. Entry number 4427, Pistol Barnes. Entry number 4306, Emma Stoneberg. Entry number 768, Jackson Bartu. Entry number 4865, Natalie Smith. Entry number 4844, Charlie Ramsey. Entry number 3274, Kinley Locke. And entry number 881, Jace Evans.
So over here on the steer side, certainly they haven't cut me any slack as far as bringing quality, and this class is no exception. The calf that's going to win this class, he's the combination of the two behind him in terms of, he looks like a miniature fat steer, where he excels the steer in second, and I like that steer in second. I like the turn to his rib, the natural rib shape, and the depth of body. Lays really nice in his shoulder. He's certainly adequate for power. He's a steer that's fresh enough up to his front. I like the way his chest floor sits in him. And then when he goes in motion, he's got nice set to that hock. He's got length of pasture, big feet on that calf. Really a combination cattle in this class. When this calf hit the rail, wow, that thing's a beast too, and he is. He isn't as good in his barrel as the one that wins this class. Could you say he's a little longer necked? He might be a little longer necked. He isn't as good coming out of the back of his spine. Is he adequate? Yeah, we'll call him adequate. I'm just comparing him to the other one. When he goes, he's big boned. I mean, that rascal certainly got some pipe underneath of him, and I appreciate that about him. He gets a little round in his hip and a little high in his jump muscle when he goes, and it detracts from him a little bit, but that's a really, really nice calf. Wide through the center part of his quarter. He's got some width off of both ends of his dimension. Really, really good calf. I really like this calf in third. He just doesn't have quite the bells and whistles and the appeal in his chest floor, from his crest down to into his jawline. Maybe just a little bit more common-headed, if you will. It's not bad, but when I'm comparing him to the two ahead of him, he's adequate through the center body. I'd say him and the two steer in this class are really comparable through their center body. They get just a little flatter in their cage. I'd like to make them a little more robust in their rib cage. He's good from hooks to pins. He actually sets his pins better than the steer that just beat him. He's just not quite as powerful as that steer that beats him. Not quite as attractive in his front 1/3. The black and white steer that comes out next, and I'm doing my best to really evaluate these cattle, because when they get all that white in their underline, it's like, okay, how do we do on the balance on this calf? I think he gets a little short from his pin bones to his hook bones, and a little off there, and I'd like to drop him down. I'm going to pretend that's all black, and I still think while his chest floor sits in him okay, I'd certainly like to drop him down in that flank. Just a real burly, dense calf that goes next in this class. He's quite far along in his overall maturity, from the top of his crest down into his chest. He's a calf that probably, in my world, you're probably going to have to slow this dude up just a little. He's got quite a bit of rind on him at this early stage of his career.
Attention.
So much to admire in this calf. His mid-body, maybe would like to blow his pins apart just ever so slightly. This black calf, he kind of resembles the 2 and 3 calves in this class in terms of, I wish I could just soften him up in his side. I'd like to bring that barrel down, explode him in his rib a little, and then make him a little more comfortable coming out of his hock. Very attractive in his front 1/3, a lot of quality in that calf. His tail head maybe runs up into his spine just ever so slightly, but a good calf. This dun-colored steer, we'll call, is a calf that just gets a little bit shotgun-bellied. I'd like to explode him, and I've talked about several calves in this class. I just like to give him more true rib shape. His length of neck is phenomenal. Adequate bone. I wouldn't call this calf big bone by any stretch, but I certainly think it's adequate. Very well presented, very well shown. This black steer that comes next, he gets just a little racy, if you will, for me. Kind of like some we've talked, and it's been an issue in this class. It's been a detriment to some of them as far as high quality, and where they'll fool you going forward is some of these cattle, as they get maturity, they will get softer sided, of course. Some will and some won't, and that's the unknown at this stage of the game. A lot of eye appeal, a lot of attractiveness in that calf. This calf here, this black and white calf, gets a little straighter in his hock. You can see he's a little upright on his pasterns. I'd like to change that about him. But he's a calf that's long-bodied from his pole to his tailhead. There's a lot of body length, a lot of weight per day of age on that calf. Just a really nice cattle to go that low. You can see he's just not quite as comfortable at the ground when he goes in motion. This steer here, I got to balance him up better. I think he was one of the first steers to come in the class. He's as good as the steer that wins the class as far as his mid body, as far as his barrel shape and his barrel depth. But beyond that, we got to balance him up. He gets around in his shoulder, opens up behind his shoulder just a little bit. At times he wants to get up on his ankles. He's dense. He's got a lot of width in his quarter. Balance is what gets him in a little trouble. Likewise, the steer that comes out now, he just needs a little more time on feed. I think this calf gives up some muscle and gets a little up on his ankles. So if I'm going to give up the muscle, I certainly want to make him a little softer at the ground. Big, high quality up in his hip, coming out of the backside of his shoulder, pretty good loin calf. I'd like to give him a little more true
You wanna
barrel
just
and a
talk
little
to
more
her
shape down low.
and roll in with your champion drive. Oh, there you go.
I'd like to welcome to the ring class 12. Entry number 462, Bristol Lesky. Entry number 5240, Cameron O'Neill. Entry number 1118, Amy Lou Nash. Entry number 2507, Savannah Blythe. Entry number 4861, Brett Smith. Entry number 543, Natalie Gintoli. Entry number 2641, Braylon Lesky. Entry number 2843, Ward Roden. And entry number 885, Bella Evans.
We get out here for selection of our champion Hereford, and to me it comes down to a pair of them. I'll be honest with you, it's the young lady's younger calf, that's in the second hole right now, and then the one that comes out of Division 3, and they couldn't be more different in terms of their type and kind. The younger redneck female is very extended, neat looking. She's still got that cute baby look to her in terms of being soft-bodied and neat in her appearance. We get her out moving though. I have some questions about her knee and hock and just her overall durability to her hoof structure. And I think that's where the older heifer comes into play. You know, I'll be all first to tell you that's a head only a mother can love. I think she's awfully plain looking up front. But I think from there back, right, she's so stout, she's so opened up, plenty durable and athletic enough. So I think it gets awfully close. I'm going to take one last look, show you my champion in reserve. We'll drop in some seconds and get you a top 5. But before I do so, let's give all of our Hereford exhibitors a big hand. They've done an outstanding job here today.
Congratulations, your champion Hereford, Junior Heifer.
Classes that have been out here today, and as nice as this class is, this has been the toughest top 3 to evaluate that's been out here for me in terms of there's some give and take on all 3 of them, and so it comes down to personal preference. The steer with all the look, of course, is the steer that wins the class. He's so nice in his shoulder, so extended up through his front. Still got a lot of quality in the top third of his skeletal makeup, good from hooks to pins. He's a steer that he's almost hard to describe in terms of he's not straight hop so much, but he's not as comfortable at the ground as I'd like to see him. I think its foot size has a little to do with it. I wish he was a little bigger footed cattle, but there's so many good attributes this calf brings to the table. And I think in this class, he could be a little deeper in his flank. I'd like to change that about him. He's wide enough off both ends of his structure. I think there's some real quality in that calf. I want to really like this calf right here, this short horn marked calf, and there's so much to like about him. He's deeper bodied than the calf that goes first in this class. But very noticeable the minute he comes in the ring is the way he goes around in motion. And I think his pastern is long enough, I think it's soft enough, and I think his feet are just big enough. But where his issues come in for me is in his hop. He gets just a little straighter in his hop, he shortens up in his stride just a little, and I'd like to see a little more true flex in it. He swings just ever so slightly. So my concern as we go forward with this calf and make him into a market-ready fat steer, do those hops stay under this steer? He can go first in this class as far as body type and kind. He lays good enough in his shoulder. A little more mature in his neck from the top of his crest down to the bottom of his jawline in terms of putting a lot more pounds on him, getting into that market ready. But I'm saying that's all going to work on that calf. His chest sits in him good. His sheath sits in him good. He's wide from hooks to pins. The movement out of his hock is what concerns me. He wants to short step just ever so slightly. This calf here, this calf actually walks better at the ground than the 2 that go 1 and 2. With that being said, he wants to turn out up front. His stride is better. He's big-footed. He just doesn't balance up as nice for me. He gets a little rounder in his shoulder. I don't think there's as much true power coming out of the back of his shoulder as the 1 and 2 in this class. Really good through his barrel, good from hooks to pins. That was a hard trio to come up with a placing on him, so it just comes down to personal preference. But that's an awesome, awesome trio of steers. The steer that comes next in this class is a steer that just needs to balance up better for me. His barrel's good, his barrel is good, and his shape and his depth is good. You can see in his underline, he just cuts up in that flank. He just can't hold together quite as good, and he wants to get up on those ankles just ever so slightly. The young lady, and congratulations to the young gal for sticking with it, okay? You did good job, you stuck with it. It ain't very fun when they get away, I know that. I've raised kids too, and it can get pretty emotional for a kid when a calf gets away. Don't worry about it. Sun will come up tomorrow, but you did an awesome job. You got an awesome calf. He just doesn't have as much true power and shape as what I'd like to see. He's got all the lines of any calf in this class. He just, as I feel, especially for where I'm standing right now, I wish there was a little more true width from hooks to pins, a little more pin width, and a little more skeletal width off of both ends of his skeleton. A little quicker kind of a steer here that gets a little bit wastier, a little more throwaway, a little more mature in his chest. At this young stage of his career, I'd like to freshen him up in his front 1/3, admire him through the center part of his body. He could be probably a little longer from the back of his shoulder to his loin and a little longer in his hip, but really, really nice cattle. With that shorter body, it helps make him look incredibly big-bodied, which he is. His reach is nice, his feet are nice. We got a steer here that gets a little flatter for me and a little taller. I maybe mentioned it earlier today, and it's nothing derogative, but he's a little more old school in terms of a little taller, and I'd like to just spring him and blow him apart off both ends of his skeletal. Gets a little close at his front knee, a little close at his back hock. I just like to make him a little more powerful. He just gets a little base narrow for me, but awesome. I love his body length. He's just optimum as far as that concerned. The buff-colored steer that goes next is a steer. He really surprised me. From the side, he looks really muscular, and he's got some muscle. He gets a little narrow-based off of both ends of his structure as I viewed him from front and rear. He's a calf when he goes. He wants to get up specifically on his left ankle. Does it on both at times, but a really nice calf. And as you see, you can watch that right there. Sometimes when cattle rush you, they do it worse, and I certainly take that into account. This red market heifer here, really, really good. Her structure is a little straight off both ends, which I think is a little bit of the cause of her being a little shallow belly. I just like to blow her apart, soften her up in her side.
Results from Class 12 at the Junior Prospect Steers. The Class winner belongs to entry number 462, Bristol Lesky. Second, entry number 2843, Ward Roden. Third, entry number 4861, Brett Smith. Fourth, entry number 543, Natalie Intoli. Fifth, entry number 1118, Emmylou Nash. Sixth, entry number 885, Bella Evans. Seventh, 2507, Savannah Blythe. Eighth, entry number 2641, Braylon Lesky. Ninth, entry number 5240, Cameron O'Neill. Number 3511, Peyton Parker. Entry number 634, Lane Anderson. Entry number 2169, Samuel Fodge. Entry number 4609, Christopher Baer. Entry number 1943, Colton Bushman. Entry number 3871, Brentley Wilkins. Entry number 3873, Coley Wilkins. Entry number 2966, Haley Hardman. Entry number 4439, Cash Pratt. Entry number 1117, Reagan Nash.
this really cool colored calf's going to win this class. And he's got, he kind of reminds me of a steer we had in that last division. Same color, same makeup, really good in his shoulder, lays nice in his front 1/3. I think his neck is real fresh. He's good headed. He's good in his back, really good from hooks to pins. Now, I would grant you, I would like to see him just a little more truly explosive in the lower 1/3 of his carriage. He's a calf that when you go in motion, he appears to be wide enough through his front two legs. I wish he was a little broader sprung coming out of his back too. He tracks just a little narrow, but there's a good argument for that too. We've bought some steers in the past when my kids were showing, and a couple cases where we got along at a major show, Denver to be specific, where a calf we couldn't afford it had he not tracked narrow when he was a calf. And once they get fat, a lot of times they'll track the way they need to. And so I'm not stating that won't be the case with this calf, but I truly think it's important that I acknowledge is as much as I admire him up in his hip and his back, I would like to give him a little more true shape down low, springing just a little wider specifically off those back teeth. This calf struck me hard when he come in the ring. There's more true shape and muscle in this calf. I wish it was in a little different package. You can see he kind of slopes off in his hip there. I'd like to pick his pin set up. This calf screams with meat, I'm telling you. Big back, big loin. I'd like to change the way God designed his hip. Not questioning God, don't get me wrong, but I'd like to square him up just a little. A lot of times it's hard to get that shape and square them up both. A lot of times the result is you get one that's a square hip is that one that just won and could use a little more in their lower britches. He certainly doesn't need it there either. He isn't as good in his flank as the steer that wins the class. Very nice presented, good footed, nice set to his back leg, high quality calf. Little more base narrow steer to go third in this class. Very good looking calf. Sets out in his chest just ever so slightly, but so much to admire. Look at the freshness, the way that neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. Good, he's leveler from hooks to pins in the calf that goes second. However, he's a little higher in his flank, and he's a steer that I think as he goes in motion does so adequately. Just a really good calf. If I'm going to move him up in that second spot, I'm going to drop him down in his flank. Another big muscle cattle, and maybe it's because he's about identical in color to that calf that just went out. He's similar to him, but just not as much. He's not quite as good in his flank. A lot of muscle in this calf. Good enough through the center part of his body. Young man does a great job getting him showed. I'd like to strengthen him up, pick his pin set up just ever so slightly. The red steer that's next, he gets a little base narrow and gets a little flat in his overall design, whether it be muscle or the way his rib comes out of his spine. He just flattens out in his rib a little. He's got some definition up high in his hip, and he carries down pretty good. He just gets a little flatter looking, gets a little finer bone. Good footed calf, nice high quality steer. Opens up, gets a little dry right behind his shoulders. The red steer that I taught next, like some others I've taught, he concerns me just a little in his condition. He's got quite a bit of already excess in his chest floor and in his jowl there. And as we go forward, I think these cattle are weighing in the 8.5 range. We got quite a ways to go with these cattle. So keeping him fresh enough will probably be a little bit of a challenge. Admire him through the center part of his body. The baldy heifer next, she's a heifer that, as you see, what I can see, very attractive on the eyes, very extended up to her front. I think her angles get just a little straight, and I think what correlates and parallels with straightness sometimes is you'd like to see them a little softer sided. She's not bad there. She's got some expression to her boldness, not quite as deep as I'd like to see. Maybe if I could relax her in her tail head and pick her up in her chest a little bit. Really nice heifer. This old gold steer here just kind of falls apart a little bit. I know it's getting warm. I'm falling apart a little bit too, but he's got to hold together like some of the other steers in this class, and he just gets a little piecey, specifically in his top line. I'd like to strengthen him up in his forerib, I'd like to strengthen him in his loin, and then I'd like to pick that pin set up. So he just kind of falls apart a little bit in his top line, sets down in his chest, so balance gets him in a little trouble, but high quality to be sure. Then we come down to this calf here, is again, like a couple we've talked, he's probably just a little taller kind of cattle, probably doesn't blend into his flank quite as good as some we've seen. He, like the market heifer I just talked, I think gets a little straight on those front two. He gets a little bit upright. As we go forward, I think you're really going to want to keep those heels trimmed back on that steer. That's a good calf. I love the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. A lot of good attributes about that calf. Young lady, you got a really nice calf, and if you've been up by the ring at all today, I've talked about several cattle like this. They just need a little more time on feed, okay? You still got a nice calf, and I know nobody wants to stand here. I get it. I've been there myself. I stood there when I was a kid. Nobody wants to stand here, but don't you quit feeding that calf, okay? You keep being kind to him and give him a lot of feed. He just looks a little bit frail today compared to some of the others. He just needs a little more time on feed, okay?
We get over here a single entry in our main.
Your Prospect Steer Show, Class 13. Class winners, entry number 4439, Cash Pratt. Second, entry number 634, Lane Anderson. Third, entry number 1117, Reagan Nash. Fourth, entry number 2169, Samuel Fodge. Fifth, entry number 4609, Christopher Bayer. Sixth, entry number 3511, Peyton Parker. Seventh, entry number 3873, Coley Wilkins. Eighth, entry 1943, Colton Bushman. Ninth, entry number 3871, Brentley Wilkins. 10th, entry number 2966, Callie Hardman.
Over here on the steer side, we've got an outstanding class of steers and specifically an outstanding trio of steers. The steer that wins, he's just quite simply the combination cattle of the three, in my opinion. He just ties everything together so good, lays nice in his shoulder, his knee sets back in him, chest sits about right in him. That's probably one thing a guy's going to have to watch on him just ever so slightly. I love the neck placement coming out of the top of that shoulder, and I love him through his center body. Love the bone work on this calf. He's good-footed. He's a calf that's nice reaching. When the calf wants to go, he fully meets the stride. Once in a while, I thought maybe he'd just come up just a nickel short. But combination-wise, from his pole to his tailhead, he's the obvious winner in this class. Awesome steer that goes second in his class. Body length, really good in his mid-body. Probably not quite. He's certainly good enough in his flank. I don't think he's as good as the steer that beats him. I think the deciding factor for me, well, I love the presentation of this steer. I love the angle to his pastern, his flex to his hock. He opens at the top of his blade when he goes compared to that steer. Is that nitpicking? You dang right that's nitpicking, because that's a good calf. He just doesn't do it quite as good. He's a little rounder in his shoulder. You can kind of see when he goes, he opens up at the top of his blade when he goes in motion. This steer here standing still is awesome on the eyes. He's big loin, he's big out his hip. He's a steer that just too straight was designed for me on both ends of his structure. You can see from the top of his shoulder to the ground, I'd like to see that knee sit back in him a little bit, and then you can see the way he's parked. Man, he's great to look at, and that color just accentuates his quality. He's a steer that when he goes in motion, it's two things in my opinion. He's a little narrow-footed and wants to roll on the outside wall of that foot, and he also is a little straight in his hop, and I think that's what causes him to be quite iffy in his pastures. It's the restrict. It starts at his hop and it accentuates down to the ground. Nice footed, really nice calf. If you just walk in blind and don't watch this calf walk, you're thinking, well, that calf probably could win this class. He is high quality. I wish he could go in motion a little better. The star-faced calf that comes out now, a little more moderate frame. Same thing on this calf, as far as I think he's just a tick straight off of both ends. I think his knee needs to sit back. I think his hop needs to have a little better angle. I certainly want to relax that tail head in that calf and bring it down if I'm considering him moving them up. I know we're getting later in the day. I know it's getting hot. These cattle are starting to hollow out just a little. He looks just a tick flat in his rib, and I'm trying to take all that into consideration. However, you have to compare them to what else is in the class, and something hits you a little stronger in that instance. I don't want to be in the place where I'm making excuses for him, because that's a really good calf. This calf here that comes out next is the spotted up calf here, not much white, but just really good again, really good in his lines. Not as pronounced from hooks to pins as the three that were out above him. Set to his hock and set to his pastures is really good. He's a calf that's big-footed, high quality. Like to balance him up in his underline just a little bit. His hip doesn't look too bad. I'd like to make him a little stouter through the center part of his quarter. This calf here is a calf that runs downhill just a little bit. He's super good through the center part of his body. He's a calf probably, and again, it's not my job. I'm not running a fitting clinic here. Maybe if a guy takes a little more hair off that chest and see what you got. I think there's at least an inch of hair on that chest that makes him look a little wasted in his chest. And quite honestly, I'm not sure that he is. I think I get a little more aggressive with that clippers. That's a really nice calf to stand this low in the class. Little taller kind of a calf here. Balance gets him in trouble. I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but when we get comparing these one to the other, he doesn't go back into his flank as good as some of the cattle that have gone out in front of him. He isn't as profound. You can see, and he's not giving up this look. So it's pull that calf up a little bit, buddy. Just pull in my head so people can get a better look at it. He's a little bit off from hooks to pins, and I'd like to strengthen. I'd like to pop that pin set up a little bit on that calf, but that is a high quality calf. We get down to a calf here that's a little base narrow off of both ends of his structure, a little flatter in his rib. I'd like to change that, maybe drop him down in his flank. This was a tough class. It truly was. You were in a tough class. He needs a little more time on feet. I love the feet on your calf. Big footed. The little yellow steer that comes in next, really profound through the center part of his body. Big barrel. I've stated this a couple times. He's a little shorter coupled and a little short bodied maybe than what I desire. That makes him look really deep bodied. He is deep enough bodied for sure. I'd like to just stretch him out throughout. Pretty good feet on the calf, not phenomenal, but pretty darn good. good enough from hooks to pins. Probably like to give him a little more growth pattern, to be quite honest with you. And then the young lady with the steer here, and I've said it 10 times a day if I've said it once, he's still pretty green. He needs some more time on feed. I think he will look better coming out of the backside of his shoulder, and I think he will look better from hooks to pins when we get a little more feed under that hide and juice him up just a little.
We get over here and the
Some explaining to do in this class in terms of when this calf hit the ring, I thought, man, I like that calf, and I do like this calf. I do not like the way he handles his back legs. And I don't know if you were paying any attention, but on 2 occasions I told that young man, let him walk. And it's worse when he holds him back. He swings his back legs. He doesn't handle that hot quite right, and I acknowledge that. That's a high quality calf. He's good bone. His front 2 goes straight north and south. Big-ended kind of a calf. He's a calf. Could I pick him up in his pin set? I could. If I could, I would, I guess I should say. Good through his center body. Very well shown. Very well presented. Do I love the way he goes off his back too? I don't. The calf that goes second does better in that respect. But the distinguishing factor for me, it is a little better when you let him walk. And when he comes back out, please let him walk, okay? It's not going to be perfect. It's going to be better. This calf here does better off his back too. However, he's not as big a bone, and he's not as good in his front 1/3. His chest force sits out of him just a little bit. He opens up on the back side of his shoulder just a little bit. But the depth from the top of his crest down into the lower part of his jawline is just a little more than I think is optimum at this stage of his career. I think we're looking at these cattle right in that 1,000-pound range, knowing we got to put another 350, 400 pounds on these cattle. That's what concerns me about that calf. Do I like the way he handles his running gear better? Yes, I like the way he moves that back leg better, the one in front of him. If I was to single trait, give a terminology to that steer, son, he's dense. I mean, his hip screams at you. He's wide through the center part of his quarter. This calf's got a lot of power too. I like to balance his and freshen his front 1/3 up, knowing we got to go forward. Ruby here, the market heifer. Really nice. Love her body. I'd like to give her a shot of bone. You haven't heard me go overboard on bone today. I'm a hypocrite, I guess. I like big bone. I like hairy cattle. I think sometimes we get a little caught up in it where we talk more about the hair than we talk about the product on the other side of the hide. So, but I like the hair too, and I like the bone, and I like the foot size. She is a little bit short-strided, old Ruby is, but I love her body. She's good from hooks to pins. Highly presented, very well shown. Awesome market heifer. I wish she had a little more bone, and I wish she could go in motion out of that hop with just a little more freedom.
Can you water anything, or are you good?
The mouse-colored steer coming right now. This calf hit me hard when he come in the ring, but as I viewed him to the 3 that just beat him in this class, he gets quite tentative on his back too. You can see he stiffens up in that hop. He wants to roll up and over on that ankle. But high quality for a steer with that much look. There's a lot of product and a lot of dimension under the hide. When he fights that halter, he rolls off his hip just ever so slightly. I think when he leads good, he does better. High quality. Definitely got to change the way he gets out in motion. This young man here, when you look at this steer, quality is all in the top 1/3 of the makeup of this calf. Big loin, big hip, really good on the back side of his shoulder. He just shallows up in his body. I'd like to give him a little more expression of rib. Like to make him a little more comfortable when he goes in motion. He gets just a little dry in his rib, and I'd like to change it. This calf here that comes out just gets a little wasty. For me, he just doesn't have that eye appeal and attractiveness. And again, if we were judging fat steers and he had a neck and chest that looked like that, I'd probably say, you know what, that worked. But knowing we got another 400 pounds to go or whatever, that concerns me a little bit on the freshness in the front 1/3 of that calf. They certainly don't need to be giraffe neck for me, but I would like to tidy him up. This calf here, I've encountered cattle like this many times, and somebody really likes that calf, and I'm one of them that really likes him standing still. I just got to change him. He's pretty darn straight in his hop, and he swings him a little bit when he goes. You can see he's very rigid to the ground. When that foot hits the ground, that hop pounds in pretty harsh and rigid. This steer here is a steer also that gets a little shallower body. I'd like to soften him up. But before I even do that, I want to pick that pin set up on that calf. When he swirls around like that, looking at people, it looks worse than it really is. I think time on feed, and the question mark is, will he soften up in his body as he gets more mature? Because he'll need to, but high quality. A little bit straighter fronted, maybe lower fronted calf here to come out now with the young lady with the blue shirt on. Just a nice calf, kind of a meat and potatoes kind of a calf. We got to give him a little more bells and whistles look up in that front 1/3, drop him down in his flank just ever so slightly. Keep in mind you were in a big class and you were in a tough class. And again, I know this sounds redundant and I know it sounds like a broken record, but I've seen many cattle like this young lady steer here just a little skinny yet today. We need to keep feeding on this calf. I wish he did have a little more bone. I could throw a little more bone his way. He's big-feeted. I admire his feet. He's long-bodied. We got to get him on feet a little longer and see if we can explode him a little.
We went ahead and just brought the whole champion lineup.
in the ring today that had 4 more outstanding steers in the ring at one time, as far as just high quality to be sure. With that being said, the steer that wins this class, he wins this for fun, in my opinion. I like this calf. He's got some top. He's got some product behind his shoulders. He's good out in his loin. He's good in his hip. Very well presented. Very well shown. I love the way his chest sits in correlation with his underline. He's fresh fronted. He's nice headed. He's got some power. Is this the biggest headed steer I've seen in the ring today? Probably not. Is he big enough? In my world, anybody, I would argue with anybody that wanted to argue that point in terms of, I'll grant you, he's not just humongous, but it all is tied together so well. Would I change him? I would. What I would do with this calf, if I could blend something a little better in his calf. Front feet go straight north and south. When he goes in motion, he goes just a tick narrow. But as I said, when I'm looking at a 1,000-pounder, just a little shy of that, we've had some cattle that we were able to afford because of that very thing. And by the time they got fat steers, they could still outwalk those that got a little wide. That calf is made is very good design. This yellow steer that comes in second, he gets second for a couple different reasons. I love the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. I like his shoulder. I think his knee sets in him okay. Does he walk perfect? No. Does he walk better than the 2 behind him? Yes, in my opinion. I like his barrel. I like him from hooks to pins. He isn't quite as comfortable on those back 2 as maybe I think is optimum, but I think I could have the discussion all day long that he does better than the shorthorn calf I'm going to talk next and the black steer behind him. Easy on the eyes is what this dude here is, his shorthorn markling, full of red meat to be sure. I think his angle's off of either end, and it's being critical, because if I was in a class with a steer like this, you're probably mad at me right now, thinking, how in the world could you put me third, right? Do I? At any rate, I get it. That calf is so high quality, and if I just walk out here and look at that, I'm like, he's in contention in the second place in this class. I would like to set his knee back in him a little. I'd like to give him a little more freedom of movement as comparing him to the cattle that are in this class, and give him a little more freedom out of his hop. Presented phenomenal, shown phenomenal, really high quality calf. I got to get him moving better out of both ends to move him up a spot. This black steer, when he come in the ring, I think his issues are in his spine. When he parks, when I looked at him park, when I watched him come, I thought that spine isn't going to quite work. But then when I looked at him down there on the end of the deal, I'm like, oh, this calf's going to be a contender to win this class. And he's high quality. I mean, you don't have to have a degree in anything to see that. Lays nice in his shoulder, really good in his neck. He gets a little tight in his spine when he goes in motion, gets down into his leg just a little bit. Anyone here that wants to change 2, 3, and 4 in this, we can just have that discussion. I would stand firm on the one that wins the class, so I think that was an awesome force of the steers. This steer here that goes next in the class, high quality, drops out of his chest a little bit and picks up in his flank a little bit, so balance in his underline and then movement out of his pasture, and he gets a little choppy. Nice calf. I got to balance him up in his underline to get him any higher. Then we get down the young man here with the black steer with the white in his front. Just a little flatter in his muscle. I got to see a little more shape and design if I'm going to move him up. Just a little more power and a little more turn to that hip coming out of that loin. But really good calf. These last 2 cattle, I would probably coin them together in terms of they've got body length, and for that I admire them. I don't like cattle that are too short coupled, and I love their body length. Their cattle low, but like the steer that goes out above them, I just got to see a little more true shape coming out of their top, coming out of their loin, carrying down into their stifle. 2 really good cattle. I think the red steer is adequate bone. The dappled up steer that goes out next, I'd sure like to show just a little more bone his direction.
Your prospect steer side, we're moving right into our Division 3 final drive. We're going to be bringing in from Class 11, entry number 5868, Denver McKay. Class 12, 462, Bristol Lesky. From Class 13, entry number 4439, Cash Pratt. From Class 14, entry number 2830, Kason Johnson. From Class 15, entry number 4018, Strand Mays. And from Class 16, entry number 2831, Trace Johnston.
Johnson. We had a Johnston here last year. Yes. And a Johnson. Okay. Yeah. Why didn't you say something? Why did they give her a reason? I was
Is there a set time for that, or is it just whenever?
So they're gonna, after the Best of Arizona, then they'll take a 10 to 15 minute break, and then they'll do the season.
You want to go over this?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You want a chair? Hey, you can sit in that golf cart if you want. Now you're more comfortable in those.
Driver in this division, I guess I should say, this heat, however you want to classify that. there isn't a calf in this lineup and goes too deep in the classes that, man, I wouldn't like to take home and put in our barn in terms of just high quality functional cattle. Cattle that got some look and some design and just very well presented. You know, I always think you got to be careful when you're judging these things in terms of you're not looking for the best fit one, but by golly, I'd be a liar too if I said that I don't like to see it well fit, because it is a show, and the way these kids get these things showed, and the guys on the other side of the fence that are presenting these, you know, I don't fit anymore. My son does all that, but I know the effort that goes forward, but I know the planning on the other side and all the stuff that goes with this, and so I'll just talk each of these very quickly because it's warm, and these cattle, specifically these black cattle, are getting warm. The steer that comes out of the first class in this division, I think I might have mentioned that he looks like a miniature fat steer. I mean, in terms of he's got the parts and pieces. He's big bone, love the angle to his pasture. He's big-footed, really good from hooks to pins. He's good behind his shoulders. He's not mature in his neck. Is he ultra fresh neck? Well, I think he's fresh enough neck for the time, but just a high quality calf. Then we come down to this calf out of the second class, and I'm not going to pretend like I don't remember. I don't know this girl, but I remember she showed a really nice calf in the division before, maybe 2 divisions. I don't remember that specifically, and had a really nice calf in there. This is a really nice calf. As I compare him to the one in front of him, he's just as good looking. I don't think he's quite as optimum back into his flank. Is it good enough? Sure, it's good enough. When he goes in motion, I thought it in class when he won the class. I think he's a little straighter pasture maybe than I think is optimum, but an awesome calf. I like each one of these cattle. The silver calf, if you will, that wins the third class, very well shown, very impeccably fit. Just really nice. Love the way his knee sets back in him. Love his shoulder. Love his freshness up front. Big top. He's big on the top third of his skeletal. He's a calf that's wide enough from hooks to pins. Now he is one out here. I talked about a couple of them that I thought could track just a little wider, and I can give some of that up. But I do think in reality, I think he could have a shot more in his lower 1/3. Some of them can track a little narrow, and if they got that shape and design, I'll just be interested in this one as a fat steer. Good calf. I probably in real life would like to see just a little more true shape and design in his lower 1/3. This calf that comes out of the next class, I didn't make it no secret when he showed in class. I really like this calf. He's a calf that blends together pretty good. In a perfect world, could I suck that chest up just ever so slightly? Yeah, but was it enough to get him beat in that class? Absolutely not. High quality calf. He's a calf to me is somewhat like the calf that comes out of the first class, just a good feeding, honest kind of a calf. I think the tail will be, I don't know if he's got quite as much density of bone as the calf out of the first class, but he's certainly adequate. Maybe he'd like to, and I don't know if it's chest floor or just chest skin. I maybe like to change that about him, but that's an awesome calf. This old calf here that wins the 4th class in this division, as I talked to him, then I thought the young man needed to let him walk. He does get outside of himself. He's dense to be sure, good through his center body, screams at you through the center part of his quarter. Is he perfect from hooks to pins? He's not perfect, but that's a really good calf. And then the big steer out of this division is a calf. Again, kind of like I talked about him a little bit like the silver calf out of the third one. He's not too big, nor is the one out of the third class in my opinion. He's a calf that's got so much great design coming out of the back of his shoulder. He's good in his shoulder. He's good in his neck. He's got his tongue out. He's so warm, and he still don't break apart. Good from hooks to pins. I talked about this calf. I think walks just a tick narrow, but he's got a lot of shape down on the lower third of his stifle. So I really appreciate that about him. I'm gonna take one more quick look. I think I know what I want to do here, but I want to take one more quick look at. Thanks for bringing this kind of set of cows, because as a judge, any judge that ever judges will tell you the better they are, this will sound backwards, the easier it is, because no matter which one you pick, you're going to end up with a good one when they're this good.
That's how that is. Number 2831, Trace Johnson. We'll now be bringing in the second place individual, entry number 810, Lainey Holt. And your Division III Reserve champion belongs to Denver McKay. We'll now bring in entry number 4844, Charlie Ramsey. Congratulations to Casey Johnson. Ramsey.
We've got 4 really good steers again, and I know that sounds like, he's just saying that. No, I'm not just saying that. It's really impressive that you keep these class coming in. A lot of times when you get these heavier cows, quite honestly, they get a little plain and
Well,
I don't know, a little stale looking maybe, even though they're prospects, and that has not happened today. The steer that wins this class, I overheard Kylie say the one she was going to use won it in a heartbeat, and I've got the same situation here in this mouse-colored steer in terms of just overall combination. He is a combination cattle in terms of, is he monster-butted? No. Is he big-butted? For sure. He's big top, big coming out of the back of the shoulder, almost north and south on his front too. He tends to want to turn this right out just ever so slightly. But when he goes, he doesn't paddle him. He flexes his hot good. He's got pasture length. Just blends together so good and so true. He wins the class through my eyes for fun. The black steer that goes second in this class, high quality. I'm not lie to you. When they come in, I kind of miss this steer. I thought, I don't know if he's good enough in his flank, and I would like to change him there. This calf screams power when he goes away from you. Big hip, big top, big loin. That's all good. Could I drop him down in his flank? I drop him down his flank, and his shoulder tends to want to sit a little forward. Now, I think this sounds weird. His knee sits back in him okay, but his shoulders sit a little forward. And I think when I see this calf go in motion, he's just a tick pigeon-toed, and sometimes that'll cause that shoulder to go even more forward. So that's my concern on a very, very high-quality, well-shown, very well-fit calf. Really, really good. This calf here is unique, and simply because he's built like a bodybuilder, and he still goes pretty good. Just his personal preference, he's a little rounder in his type. He's a little rounder in his shoulder, a little rounder in his hip, maybe than what I think is optimum. I don't need him square hip, because when you get him too square hip, they typically don't have any lower shape. But he goes over the line just a little for me. What's so unique about him, the way he can move those back two for the power. He's kind of a little guy, and he still can move a lot of mass around. Now he doesn't stand quite right on those front two. He wants to get a little wide on him, wants to toe out specifically on his right front. This old calf here, when he come in the ring, I was like, yep, we're going to have a good class here because this calf's in it. And he is good. Standing still, you're like, well, do we move him up a slot? But then we put him in motion. And his angles off of either end to me are just a little too restricted. He's a little too straight coming to the ground up front. He's a little straighter in his hop. As you watch him lead, he gets a little short stride and a little choppy in his overall movement. High quality calf to be sure. Then the red steer. This red steer is a little tight in his spine. You can see when he walks out, which puts him in an uncomfortable zone, if you will, is I think it's his spine. He's not quite loose enough structured. When he goes, he gets just a little iffy when he goes into movement. The market heifer here that comes next, just high quality, a little dry in her rib. I'd like to bring her down in her flank just a little bit, but I think she's got enough true muscle under the hide. Doesn't have much hair, and that's fine. Good quality heifer. I'd like to drop her down on her side, make her a little softer. The blue roan spotted up calf here, top line needs to be a little better for me. I want to pick his pin set up, and I want to drop his flank down just balance. And I've talked balance on a lot of cattle because we've seen a lot of high quality cattle today, and there's got to be a differentiating point when you separate them. That's what gets him in a little trouble. I love his barrel and his rib shape. He just needs to blend in his underline a little better. Needs to move a little freer out of the hop going away. The yellow steer now going out now. Again, top line specifically from hooks to pins. You'll see as he goes, he wants to slope off that pin set. I'd like to square him up there, make him a little more true there, drop him down in his flank. This steer here gets real open at the top of his blade. It's lovely through the center part of his body. He's big boned, pretty well presented. You watch him walk and you could about put your fist between the top of his blade. He doesn't stay level up on top, and he opens up there pretty good. A little straighter calf here the young exhibitor has. Really good in his lines, but you can see he's very upright on his front and his rear leg, just too straight to the ground in order for him to stay mobile and stay in motion. Love the front end on this calf, very eye-appealing, very attractive, but I need to get some different angles under that calf. This calf here is a calf that's got a big top and a big loin. He's good that way. He gets a little iffy at the ground. Again, I've talked to several cattle, and the deciding factor a lot of times is They get a little bit high flank. A lot of times cattle with that much product and that much quality in their top and loin, they do seem like they get a little quarter horsey out in their rump, and they get a little higher in their flank. This calf here, the longer he's out here, the heat's getting up with him a little. You can see his front end starting to go on him a little. I got to set that front knee back on that calf. And it's structured, because if you omit his knee on either end of his structure, that calf is built really good. Very nice the way his neck comes out of his shoulder, very nice in his top. Pretty good from hooks to pins. He's just a little straight for me.
Your 2024 All of the Breed Junior Heifer champion belongs to Charlie. Entry number 1725, Harper Simpson. Second, entry number 633, Lane Anderson. Third, entry number 773, Kenan Buckner. Fourth, entry number 5509, Morgan DeCosta. Fifth, entry number 427, Cashlin Ropke. Sixth, entry number 2197, Levi Mayer. Seventh, entry number 4236, Trenton Castro. Eighth, entry number 2450, Ashlyn Richardson. Ninth, entry number 4996, Hayden Frygard. 10th, entry number 6661, Joshua Williams. 11th, entry number 2173, Stetson King. And 12th, entry number 992, Braden Schroeder. Braylon Monroe. Entry number 5844, Jayla Howe. Entry number 2999, Haley Maggie. Entry number 2015, Elizabeth Heshe. Entry number 3035, Grayson McMurphy. And entry number 939, Riley Smith. As we move back over to the junior
Well, as in the last class, we've got a steer that commands to go to the first spot in this class, this white steer. Just a combination cattle as far as fresh enough up through his front 1/3. I love him through the center part of his body. I love his rib shape, his boldness, his expression of rib. Surely good-sided. Goes back into his flank really good. He's a steer that when he goes in motion, he does quite well. He goes just about full strided. Steer big pronounced out, just screams out in his hip, a lot of quality. Young man does a great job showing him, very well presented. Good quality calf there. The calf, 2 and 3 is a little more of a toss-up to me in terms of, I just get thinking of, okay, we're judging prospects and going forward, what would I change about him and which one would I want to put in front of the feed bulk going forward. I've opted to go with this, what I call a butterscotch steer. I love the angle to his back leg. He's not as deep-sided and doesn't go back into his flank as much as the third place steer, but his front running gear goes straight north and south. He's a big top calf. He's big from his hip out through his loin and out into his hip, He comes out pretty high on the top part of his shoulder. He's a fresher fronted cattle. He's a neat-headed cattle. He's fresher fronted, and as I view them putting some more pounds on these cattle going forward, I'm going to trust that with that feed, I'm going to drop that flank down a little bit. So with that being said, prospect-wise, he's the one in my mind just a little fresher looking on the other side of the scale going forward. The steer that comes third, I really appreciate the mass of this steer. I want to change 2 things about him going forward. I want to freshen him up. He's a little fatter and wider in the top of his crest down into his jawline, and then I want to set that tail head down. But there's no denying that is one high-quality calf. He's bigger-sided than the calf that goes out front, but I'll grant you that. I'm just thinking going forward as we push him to market readiness, what we got to work with there. And I'm not saying it's not going to work, because hopefully it does. You're going to have to probably work on keeping this calf fresh enough, because he is getting a little mature in his front 1/3. Want to relax that tail head, just a little high-quality trio of steers to be sure. The little slicker-haired steer here, good calf, runs a little. I wish that chest floor could be picked up on that calf. Just runs a little out of balance. This the front of his crest behind his pole kind of rolls over a little bit. Just gets a little plainer in his front 1/3. Balance gets him in trouble. I admit if he had more hair, I guess with a haircut, we give him a little better look with balance. But I think it's still there. I want that chest floor picked up. A lot of meat in that calf, a lot of length to his pastern, big feet, got feet like a perch roll. This calf here is really nice. Not quite as good in his barrel, a little drier in his barrel, if you will. His chest sits out of him just a little, flight picks up in him just a little. I just got to explode him. He's a calf that, like the calf that was third in his class, his maturity in his front 1/3 going forward. I know we're not near market ready yet with these cattle. His maturity in his front 1/3 concerns me ever so slightly as we keep feeding on that calf. And this calf here, you know, again, in his preference, this calf is so big middle. But I think one of the reasons he's so powerful big middle is he's a shorter bodied cattle. And I happen to like him a little longer body. Doesn't mean that I'm right. It means that's what God gave me as far as the way I view him. I want to pick him up in his chest floor. He gets a little wastier in his overall condition. Keeping him coming and getting to market readiness would be a little bit more of a challenge, but you're going to get in front of a lot of judges that are just going to admire this calf for his overall density through his mid-body.
Certainly up the ante here.
We got a pair here in this class, and we got a predominantly black steer here. Really, really nice in his profile, good in his lines, good from hooks to pins. Yes, he's a white flank steer that appears to be a little high flanked, and maybe I would change him there. I think the deciding factor, and I don't want anybody to be discouraged, like, well, you didn't move these around as much as the others. The reason you got to move them around more in a class of 10 or 11 is you got to get the ones you think are the best closer to each other. When just a pair walks in, they kind of sort themselves. With that being said, I think this is a really, really high quality steer. He's a steer as I put him in motion. The red steer is really high quality. He just gets a little tighter in his spine, and it causes his mobility to be somewhat in question. So as I compare them one to the other, I think they're a real close pair in the mid body. I do think the barrel and the shape to the barrel on the black steer is profoundly better than the red steer. He gets just a little flat and maybe just a little up in his flank. But I think where the deciding factor, the main deciding factor to me is when I watch him walk, he gets up in his back, gets tight in his spine. I'd like to change that about that one. Nice pair, a lot of meat in both those cattle.
Class 20s entering the ring. Welcome to the ring. Entry number 2151, Carly King. Entry number 5622, Taylor Madison. Entry number 1460, Madeline Chickendance. Entry number 440, Kinsey Neve. Entry number 800, Nathan Rayla. Entry number 943, Reagan Smith. Entry number 1495, Peter Gorsetta. And entry number 4150, Ben Texiria.
Well, truthfully, folks, when you get the cattle up this weight at a show this time of year, they're not supposed to be this good. I mean, I really haven't witnessed that. You know, as you get them in, you know, your attitude when these are still coming in, like, they're going to start getting a little plain because they're a little big, like I stated before, and it just hasn't happened. It just flat hasn't happened. This steer here is really, really good. He's big bone, he's nice-footed, he's so dense on the upper and lower side of the skeleton. Really good on the back of his shoulders. He's wide loin, he's wide hip, and it's fun to watch this calf walk. For as much stuff as he's moving around, he sits good in his chest, and would you say he's weighing? 1175, so he's bumping right up against the 1,200 pounder. He's not ready to kill yet, of course, but you know, this is where the rubber meets the road as far as still that good, still that functional, just a really, really good calf. As I compared them side by side, his barrel is light years better than anything in this class. His way it comes out of the top of his spine. His barrel shape and his barrel depth is really good. He's wide through the center part of his quarter. Just a really outstanding calf. This calf in second, he's not deep enough in his flank for me to think in a perfect world that's exactly what I'm looking like. But that dude is high quality, okay? He doesn't have as much bone, or at least not as much leg hair as the calf that goes first in this class. Very fresh fronted. I think he weighs 12 something, right? Just a little over 12. So he's, you know, he's moving up the ladder. We're getting closer to a market-ready day. I don't know what his end point is. It doesn't matter what it is. He's high quality. He's as good coming out of the back of his shoulder, back into his loin as the calf that beats him. Practically as wide from hooks to pins. And as I stated, he either isn't quite as big a bone or not as much leg hair as the one that beats him. But man, when that one, he looks better when he's moving than when he's standing. I mean, that muscle expression in his top 1/3 is really, really neat to look at. Big, big feet on this calf. Really appreciate this calf. Still a couple 100 pounds to go on him, and I really appreciate it. I really like this different mark kind of calf. He cuts up into his flank too. He's a calf that I think is a little straighter fronted than the black baldy that goes out ahead of him. And as a result, I think it's because of the angle of his front too. He wants to get up in his spine just ever so slightly. But that's a really good calf. You can see as he's parked there, that front knee sits a little forward on that calf. I'd like to change that about him. But very, very high quality. He fits that steer that just beat him for second in this class quite handily. If you're a butt cutter, this one screams power to be sure. And I know we're looking at cattle with a lot of power. I love his power. I wish it was in a little different package. And it's hard to do, I know. He's a little rounder, a little more open in his shoulder than what I like, a little rounder in his hip. But I'll also acknowledge that you get a different judge out here and he wins the class. He doesn't for me because he's just a little over the line as far as a little coarser made. I'd like to lay him a little softer in that shoulder, maybe set him down in that tail head. So he's just a little bulky and a little more mature in that front 1/3. But if you're a butt cutter, and I know that's a slang term, he wins the class. This steer here that comes out now is a steer that's a little different colored and really nice calf. He also gets a little tight in his top when he goes in motion, but good quality, soft-sided cattle. Looks like an easy feeding kind. Neck's a little shorter than those that go out above him. I think it's long enough. He's a nice calf, a little straighter in his hock. Another steer, a black steer here that comes in next, it's a little more upright in his front end. You can see from the top of his shoulder to the ground, he's a little more rigid, a little straighter. I'd like to, his chest force sits in fine, especially when we're getting up in this 1,200 or near 1,200 pound weight. I would like to drop him down in his flank. As you can see, he's a little more tentative and a little quicker in his hock when he goes in motion. Likewise, this steer, same thing, a little tighter in his hock, a little tighter at the ground. He probably is a little less comfortable at the ground than the steer that goes out ahead of him, a little higher flank, steer that, you know, we're getting up here now. I'm probably a little more concerned about these flanks because they're getting closer to their maturity. A lot of times with maturity, they'll get better in that flank. He's got to move better off those back two in order to move him up. And this steer here, while he's real nice sided, you can see he's running a little out of balance, but developing a little more chest floor than I think is optimum. Like to see a little more true shape and power in that calf.
Congratulations on results from Class 20 in the Junior Prospect Steers. First, entry number 1460, Madeline Chicken Dance. Second, entry number 1495, Peter Grosetta. Third, entry number 2151, Carter King. Fourth, entry number 440, Kinsey Neve. Fifth, entry number 4150, Ben Texeria. Sixth, entry number 943, Reagan Smith. Seventh, entry number 800, Nathan Ryla. Eighth, entry number 5622, Taylor Madison. Second, Matt.
So over here on the big division, we've got nice representation here for sure. And just quickly, as I said before, you really don't expect cattle to still be this fresh looking. And when you get to these bigger weight cattle, specifically in a market steer show, but even in a deal like this, they just kept coming. This mouse colored steer, just so much quality in this calf. Extension's nice, good behind his shoulders, good in his barrel, good from hooks to pins. Is he the biggest bone one in the lineup? No. Is he adequate? Absolutely, he's adequate. Wide through the center part of his quarter. The big muscled white steer that wins the class that comes in the second of this division. Really nice cattle. I think I commented on him. He moves pretty darn good for as much muscle and shape as he possesses. Really good cattle. He stands wide off of both ends of his skeletal. He does get out just ever so slightly on this right front. The baldy steer that comes in a pair of two, just a really nice steer. He's real functional. He's a steer that is, what really appreciative about this steer is when he goes in motion, his top just ripples. He's got a whole lot of quality where the high cuts of meat are, big out in his loin. He's a calf that reaches pretty good, good-footed. Could he be a little softer flank? Yeah, he could be, but just a really, really nice calf. The last class was a tough class and a good class. The red, white-legged steer, I said, he just, as good as the class was, he just wins it. I mean, he's deep-bodied, he's good top, he's good from hooks to pins, wide set through the center of his quarter. He's a steer that's wide off both ends of his skeletal, nice-headed, still fresh neck, beautiful in his barrel. I love his rib shape and design, nice-footed. I'm going to take one more quick look and we'll get you a top five.
Division drive of the Prospect Steer Show. Your division champion belongs to entry number 1460, Madeline Chicken Dance. And your reserve belongs to Harper Simpson. Please give them a big round of applause. Supreme Champion Selection, Grand Drive. From Division 1, welcome back to the ring, entry number 713, Brooke Smith. From Division 2, entry number 1491, Jacob Schickendance. From Division 3, entry number 2831, Trace Johnson. And from Division 4, entry number 1460, Madeline Schickendance. We're going to be bringing in our second place individuals as well. Coming back from Division 1, entry number 3987, Aubrey Mays. From Division 2, entry number 461, Bristol Lesky. From Division 3, entry number 5868, Denver McKay. And from Division 4, entry number 1725, Harper Simpson.
Overall champion prospect cat.
We can
Congratulations.
Over here on the steer side, I was telling somebody there ringside that I think the last time I was here on this fairgrounds was 50 years ago, and I think it really was about that long ago. Hadn't been back since, and so I was curious, you know, what will this prospect steer show be like? Will there be some really top-end cattle here? Boy, that didn't take long for me to get that figured out. I was told there would be, and certainly, you know, there was. Starting with this little bald-faced silver steer that comes out, and I thought, wow, for a little guy, that's a really good, really well-designed calf. Nice up to his front, so good in his top line, so good out in his hip. Look at the pastern on that calf. He's got a long, soft pastern, really good on his reach. He's got a long way to go to his end point. Looks like he's certainly got the running gear to do it. The next division was extremely tough. Two cattle that weren't exactly alike, but just so good in their kind. The silver steer here, that I can't even tell you how big his bone is, and I don't think anybody could until he's broke down and washed out. Just so much hair on his legs, but he appears to be huge bone. Does he have to be that big bone to win a show? No, probably not. Do I like it? Sure I do. Really nice through his front 1/3, good through his center body. Good enough from hooks to pins. I like to pick his pin set up just ever so slightly. Really good hair, really good cattle. The black steer that comes out of the next guys and beats a really good steer. Same with the third division. This was a heck of a pair of steers out of this division. Steer that wins. I made no secret, I guess. He fits a lot of some of the avenues that I want to go down in terms of he's fresh, he's market looking, he's deep bodied, he's good in his top, good from hooks to pins. Really nice bone work on this calf. Does it look as big a bone as the one ahead of him? Doesn't look that way, but if that one don't have enough bone, then I guess I just give up, because I think we're going down that road almost too far too. And I'm a hypocrite. I like the hair, I like the bone, don't get me wrong, but that one just ties everything together so nicely. And then a surprise to me is when we got to this big division, and I'll say it for the last time, I was just so surprised how good these cattle were in this division, and how fresh how they maintained a freshness and a good look and still be able to move. So that was a really surprising division. Both those cattle that represent those heavies were really, really good. Outstanding set of cattle. I know we got to do a little bit of an Arizona thing here after this is over, but for those of you maybe that ain't going to stick around, I don't know what your story is going to be, but it's just been my pleasure. I love judging a junior show. I told my son, I said, it's my favorite thing to do, and it's the dumbest thing I do. And the reason for that is, people on that side of the fence, you're not going to make everybody happy. So you got to make yourself happy. You got to do what's right for you. Somebody on that side of the fence, whether I know them or don't know them, they're probably not going to agree, and I get that, and I honor that. I respect that. But I think in this set of cattle that I got to choose from, while you may not agree with the one I picked, if you're honest, you're not gonna be able to say too loudly that he wasn't a darn good one. This is really a good lineup of steers. Thanks for having me.
Prospect Steer champion belongs to Trace Johnson.
We get over here in our last
The 2024 reserve champion Prospect Steer belongs to Denver McKay.
The steer side, got a nice trio of steers. That being said, this black calf, I remember this calf from earlier today, and that's a very, very good design steer. Nice feet, big bone, nice legs. Front two go straight north and south. There's a lot to build on this calf. While he's a lighter weight steer, he's so fresh fronted, good behind his shoulders, good from hooks to pins. Really nice calf. We might want to be careful. We might want to keep that heel trimmed off that calf and keep him relaxed and set back a little. He may be just a nickel straight back on that back pasture, but that's a high quality calf. Likewise, the calf that comes in second. I remember this calf distinctly. And as far as comparing him, he's a lot like the steer that wins the class, besides the fact that he's black. I want to maybe drop him down in his flank a little bit and maybe pull that tail head down just a little bit to maybe consider putting him in that first spot. But that calf, I remember talking about how interesting. Look at the way that neck comes out of the shoulder. There's a lot to build on. Big bone, big feet, really nice calf. I remember this calf. This calf is elongated in his spine, and Matt, I appreciate him. Maybe as we go forward, he's pretty skinny yet. I only say that because you're really going to want to pour the wood to this calf. I want to see him a little more exploded out in his hip. He's good through the center part of his body. Very nice fronted, adequate bone, big feet. Just got to put a little more condition on this calf.
When we get out here,
The All Arizona show. I remember this pair of steers as they came in, and the gold steer, actually I was telling the ring gal, I said, actually, I think this steer is moving better tonight than he was earlier today, in terms of there's a lot to really admire about this steer. Nice shouldered, very nice neck, nice headed, good in his top line, perfect behind his shoulders, not quite, but really good. Good from hooks to pins, good bone work, good feet on this calf. And I really do think he's a little more comfortable tonight as he goes off his back too than he was earlier today. Not sure I can explain why, but he is. This calf here is a lot like the second place calf in the last class. Just really good, really extended. You can see the ripple in his top. He's a big loin, high quality calf. He's very good from hooks to pins. Just probably doesn't have quite the density in his rib shape and his dimension and his depth of body, and probably not as much screaming power down in his lower stifle, but a lot like I said, like the second place steer in that last class. High quality, just needs some more time on feet.
Congratulations. Arizona Prospect calf, your class winner belongs to Bronson Campa. Second, Faith Campa. Third, Hadley Dalmolin. From our second class of the Best of Arizona Prospect calf, first went to Bronson Campa, second went to Bailey Mack. Entering the ring now is going to be class number 3 of the Best of Arizona Prospect calves. Welcome to the ring, entry number 290, Felicity Hudenpah. Entry number 471, Jet Hancock. Entry number 1897, Bailey Stout. Entry number 4231, Kennedy Benuelos. Entry number 1210, Hero Hudenpah. And entry number 1904, Parker Heskin.
I know that the higher elevation you put out there, like Arizona is not as nice up there. It's down here as it is up there. That's a fact. Yeah. When they're done, roll them.
YouTube. Okay.
You did a great job. I don't know who's supposed to be the speaker on there.
I got more shit to do.
Never mind.
Okay, sounds good. You want that for both heifers and steers? Okay, perfect. Just shoot me a text and I'll make sure to end it. Of course. Bye.
Yes, only because I can read her ear tag. I know this heifer's name is Ruby. I don't have any idea anything more than that. Body-wise, she has to win this for fun in terms of, and I talked about her in her class in terms of, no, she's not the biggest bone cattle we've seen. In fact, I'd like to shoot a little more bone her direction. She's good check feet, she's long neck, beautiful body. I mean, her construction, the way she's made out of the back of her shoulder and out into her hip is really exceptional. She's certainly stout enough from hooks to pins. Just a really, really nice cattle to win this class. The steer that goes second, I'll grant you he's a little drier in his flank as I compare him to the Ruby heifer that wins the class. But man, oh man, he's big hip, he's big loin, pretty good on the back side of his shoulder. He does dip in the middle of his back just ever so slightly, but he's good bone, big footed. As I said, if I'm going to consider him going into the first spot, I got to make him better in that flank or underneath the body. Look at the way the neck comes out of that shoulder. Very, very attractive, very well fit, very well shown. What do we call him? The mouse-colored steer that goes next. If I'm going to consider going higher, I got to do two things. I got to make him a little more comfortable when he goes in motion. He gets a little choppy in his movement. but his top line. His top line gives away right on the back side of his shoulder. He dips there, he gets up in his loin, and then drops in his pin set. High quality calf, a lot of meat in this calf, very extended up through his front, good in his chest. This calf here, I've witnessed stuff like this before, and he is a bold, stout son of a gun to be sure, and I appreciate that about him. Movement out in his hock, and he's just a little too much for me in terms of, is he bold? He is bolder than either cattle that beat him in this class. I've just got to change the running gear on this calf. He gets a little sharp and wide in his hock, gets a little restricted off of both ends, a little high in his tail head, and a little rounder in his shoulder. But he is the stoutest calf in this class. There's no denying that. I don't deny that. This calf here is a calf I distinctly remember this young man having. Really good, long bodied. I'd like to drop him down his flank. And beyond that, I love his feet, but he gets a little bit stiff at the ground. He gets a little up in his ankles. And this calf here, this calf is a calf that I just gotta blow him apart. As you view him from any angle, he's got all the lines and he's attractive to look at, but he just needs more shape out in his hip, down into his hock, and a little more curvature to his barrel. Very nice class of steers.
Attention all junior beef. Number 2172, Stetson King. Entry number 4234, Trenton Castro. Entry number 2453, Ashlyn Richardson. Entry number 426, Cashlyn Roepke. Entry number 1348, Braylon Monroe. Entry number 5, Riley Smith. And entry number 1044, Joshua Williams.
make no mistake, or at least through my eyes and in my opinion, this calf that wins this class, he wins the class. He just does. He's a market steer deluxe, really good through his center barrel. I distinctly remember this calf. Well, I say distinctly. Did I put you third earlier today? Okay, well, I was right then. And you got beat by two really good cattle. In fact, you stood third to a steer that was not as good in your flank as your steer. But I said, in terms of a prospect steer, the steer that beat you was a little fresher necked and a little cooler necked than going forward. But that is, you got you a powerful good calf there. I love him from the backside of his shoulder out into his hip. Two things I'd change about him. And I think this is something you're going to want to keep an eye on as you feed this steer. Is you got to keep that front end fresh enough. Don't let that get away on you. One thing you're not going to be able to change is his tail head. It's there. He's got a little tail head. But that calf is really, really good. And I really toyed with the idea of putting him second. It's just because I acknowledge that your steer was better in his underline and back into his flank than the steer that beat you. But I thought going forward, if that steer matures and drops in his flank, he was a little fresher fronted. Outstanding calf to be sure. So I'm a sucker for a blood red one, and I don't like rust-colored ones as much, but I love when you can get a red one that's just deep blood red color. This calf standing still is very, very eye-appealing. What gets him his trouble is his structure. He gets straight on his front end and straight on his back end, and even gets a little tight in his spine. But I mean the design of this calf, look, I mean if you walk up on this calf, you can tell he's a little straight fronted, but that is a growing high quality steer for sure. Comes out nice, well presented, well shown. The structure gets him in trouble for me, quite honestly. He's got big feet. God just designed him a little straighter than what I think about. The steer that comes out in third in this class, kind of like I talked earlier, this calf's got a lot of good quality about him, but as I compare him to 1 and 2, he just doesn't balance up in his underlying quite as good. He's good quality, he's good bone, he extends nice out to his front, but as I compare him to 1 and 2, he's not as broad-based, he's a little narrow-based off both ends of his skeletal, but really good calf. Then we get down to a pair of steers, the black and white one, the gold one, I think are a lot alike. I like the hip structure a little better of the black and white one. I think when he's got him parked, I think he's got a little more bone, and I think he stands a little truer from hooks to pins than the steer that goes right behind him, the gold steer. Love him through his center body. Good cattle. Like I said, got a little more substance of bone under him than the gold one. The gold one, if I can make his top line better, stand him up behind his shoulders, and pick up his pins, then we can just switch that pair. This little black steer here that comes out next, just a little frailer, if you will, from the ground up, like to shoot a little more bone his way, but he's long-bodied. He's a steer that's only going to get better with time. The distracting part about him today is his flank and his depth of body, and with maturity, as we've talked all day long, that's going to get better. Today, I need to have it better there to get him any higher. Good job, man.
We have places.
Results from Class 4. Entry number, winning the class is going to be entry number 1085, Riley Smith. Second, entry number 426, Cashlin Roepke.
So if I'm right, was that the last class? As we wrap up and then come in for our finale on the All Arizona, this black place, this cat grabs me. This thing is impressive to me. He's got so many attributes that are strong. I love his freshness up on the top of his crest. You know, he's on the top side of 1200 now. So, you know, we're kind of over the ledge as far as how much is this steer going to change. His chest sits even with his underline until you get to his
Lori, are you on the
And I
channel, Lori?
I remember the steer distinctly. I'd like to make him a little
Can we
softer in
hold
his
the fitting
flank.
contest for
With
these
that
Arizona
being
kids
said, he
that are
sounds,
getting
he's
ready to
got
go
good
in
flex to
for
his
Best of
hop,
Arizona?
he's long, soft pasture, he's good-footed, he's good-headed, really, really good in the top part of his skeleton. I love him out in his hip. I love looking down that one's top. That calf, he's just a little shy of having a little more flank, being awfully good. His front 2 feet go straight forward. Like I said, his back, the construction of his back leg is really good. 2 and 3 is a little closer call for me. This steer here is really good in his center body. He picks up in his flank a little bit too. He's a steer that just doesn't have quite as much robustness as you look out in his hip. There just isn't as much steer there. He's a steer that he can go adequate, pretty good in his front 1/3. I don't think his chest is a problem. I think it's skin and not chest bone in his chest. He doesn't carry down into his stifle like the steer that wins the class, but a high quality calf. This calf here is really good that goes 3rd. Remember him in class, love his color. He's a steer, the longer he's out here, I know it's late in the day and I know this calf, but he's a little straight fronted. You can see that knee's wanting. I'm not saying he's gonna buckle, but that knee is a little bit forward, like he could almost maybe get a little arthritis. I hope I'm wrong on that. Big feet, but like I said, he's straight from the top of his shoulder to the ground. I'd like to change that about him. That's a really close call for me in 2nd and 3rd. And if you want to switch that pair, I'm fine with that. I would definitely. Like you can see he's wiggling those front knees forward the longer he's up. So high quality trio of steers. The show. As they walked in, I was saying to the gal, I said, "Hey, this is pretty impressive for just constricted to Arizona in terms of all in-state cattle." And you started this first one, and man, that thing is designed good bone, a little straight hop. I think his passions are livable, but man, that thing is made really good. And if you keep the running gear going good under that calf, you're gonna have a lot of fun with that calf. This yellow calf. I said this, and this is very unusual, but you know, we're late in the day. I don't know what time they got him up this morning. I like him better tonight than I liked him earlier today. Now, I will grant you, he stands a little bit out on those front two. He toes out a little bit. But man, his body's so good, his hips good. And I truly think he's going better on his back too than he was going earlier when I saw him. Old Ruby here, the market heifer I talked, as far as the way her body is designed, there's not a lot to be desired. She's so good in her rib shape and depth. She's nice, she lays flat in her shoulder, her front two go straight north and south. Really nice neck, good hip. Could I throw just a little more substance of bone her way? That would be an option I would take given that advantage. The yellow steer that comes out of the 4th class, just really, really nice. As I talked to him earlier today, nothing has changed. Big bone, big body, big ended. We're at that weight where, you know, he's got a little more maturity in the crest of his neck and down. There's quite a bit more distance from the top of his crest down into his jawline. And going forward, if we can maintain that, that thing's going to be heck to pay wherever he's headed. I don't know where he's headed. And I want to drop him down in his tailhead. But his structure's good, his feet are good, high quality steer. I could freshen him up just ever so slightly, but man, there's not a whole lot to change. And then this black dropper face steer, this steer's hit me hard every time I've seen him today. And while I admit he's not the deepest bodied steer we've seen all day, there's so many, if I just beat him because of his flank, then I'm simply single trading him. And that's what I mean by that is he's great shouldered, his knee sets back in him, he's good fresh fronted, he's good out of the back of his shoulder, he's good out into his loin, he's good out into his hip, he's wide through the center part of his body, and he's a calf that can go in motion. So, would I like to change something about him? I said earlier today, I've never seen the perfect one, I've never had the perfect one. And so with that being said, I'll pick you your champion. I think I'm just getting a pair. I just get 2, right?
Yes, 2.
Okay, I've got my mind made up.
Your Best of Arizona Grand Champion Prospect steer belongs to Mr. Peter Grosetta, Cottonwood, Arizona.
It's like right away. Like they're back to back. This is like a learning and then doing it type of thing. That's what I get. Sister. Nope, you're good.
Best of Arizona Prospect calf belongs to Mr. Bronson Kempa. Please give them a big round of applause.